Hello, everybody, and thank you for everybody that comes and listens to us just sat here going on about the world, and as we do. And welcome, Delboy. It's good to see you. It
Oh
is.
no, even better
Yeah.
to see you. I think I've said in my blog each week, I said Wednesday's the time where I get the most excitement. I'm
Yeah.
coming on to talk absolute rubbish to my with my
Yes,
friend from
that's
Yorkshire.
right.
I think I pretty much put all that, but I just want to get something out of the way because it's something that has been brought to my attention, by quite a few people, and that is that there seems to be some things going on in Facebook and YouTube land where indirectly, written in code, things that people are sort of like pointing out to me that it's indirectly referring to me. I don't know why it's indirect, and people can talk to me direct, but apparently it's not very nice stuff. If that sort of stuff is going on, I just wish they'd talk to me directly. I don't know who they are or whatever it is. So my friends are just saying, just be aware of something like this. So I just want to say it out. If somebody wants to say something to me, say it to my face. If you don't want to say it to my face, stop all the indirect comments about it all, because it doesn't phase me one bit. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere, and people can just talk to me direct. And to be quite honest, it's all fun. So
Yeah.
that's what I'm here for. A bit of fun, a little bit of chat, talk to my friends. That's what it's all about. So
So I'm going to ask what I normally ask. What have you been watching this week, lad?
tell you what, I had the most fun because of in my blog. On last Wednesday, it was Steve Moores, was it, and Cy Robson
Yeah.
basically started talking about some films that actually resonate with me. They were Doc Savage and Biggles, weren't they? And as soon as I started talking about Biggles, it was all from memory, without me look, because this is how things are in chat. You got, I suppose I could look things up and talk about it then, but it's more fun to try and remember it. And I thought, you know what? I haven't seen that film in ages. So, as you know yourself, I ordered myself a copy, and I ordered a copy for you,
Yeah.
and then I did a retrospective of it.
Yep.
And you wouldn't believe how good that retrospective was, because not only did it come from people that are friends of ours, so I felt like I was doing a service by saying, hey, let's talk about this film, right? The other thing was, it was like homework, really. I watched a film on purpose to actually talk about in a retrospective that was started off by two people that were on chat in here. It just seemed like, wow, the gods and the stars aligned. So, of course, I can't help but not mention, therefore, their names with eternal thanks to them. And what a great time I had watching it. And I hope they had good fun watching the retrospective. And in the same light, yesterday I couldn't sleep because I'm in a little bit of pain. Is that I was watching something called Visiting Hours. Have you heard of that film, Visiting
No.
Hours?
No.
Right. So I hadn't heard that film for ages, right? And I put up the synopsis because it was on Legends or whatever it was, one of the review, whatever it is, late at night. It's got John Saxon in it.
Oh, cool.
And William Shatner.
Oh, wow.
In the same film, in a slasher type film set in a hospital.
Oh, even wow. Very good.
I went, oh.
Yeah.
And I started to watch it, and it's not the best film in the world or anything,
but
I had such a smile on my face because there was John Saxon with his menacing face. There was William Shatner being as smug as he possibly can in the role that he was. Went on the internet and found out you can buy this film for, again, around about the same price as Biggles. Well, it's just under a tenner.
Yeah.
I went, right, I'm ordering that.
Yeah.
And I'm
Brilliant.
waiting for it to arrive because I want to watch it on Blu-ray. So I've been watching that. A couple of things have turned up. I'll have to turn my background off.
Yeah.
There we go. But it's just what horrible background,
Yeah.
Houdini's turned up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
which I
Tony
told you
Curtis.
about. I'm really looking
Yeah,
forward
I
to that. And
remember
a film
that.
that
Yeah.
I've never heard of, but it had too many people in it that are really quite high quality that I can't help
Yeah.
but want to watch it. It's called
Yeah.
Eyewitness, which is Sigourney Weaver, Christopher Plummer.
Oh, yeah. Great cast.
All right. And I thought,
Yeah.
well, just for there alone, the cast is worth that.
Yeah.
And then there's something that the packaging is just really, really nice, sublime. And
Yeah.
I can't wait to send it in the post to you to review, right? Because it's Doctor Who season 1, and I can't wait, right? No, I
I'll
can't
get my
wait.
cross out.
I can't wait to send it in the post to you to say,
please.
my good mate Ian, could you do me a review, please? You're gonna have to watch every single
You're
one
big.
of these episodes.
No.
And you're gonna have to do it because you're my mate. And
I don't want that shit.
and you need to review it for me.
No. Well,
So,
I am.
So
it's rubbish.
That's in the post tomorrow.
No. I'll send it back. I'm not here.
A book turned up today, quite a big one called Spider-Man: The Wedding Album.
Oh my gosh!
Right.
Yeah.
This came down in price to half price. Otherwise it came out in
It
came out in December. It's what they call a gallery edition. It's quite thick.
Yeah.
You know? It's just a load of the issues that led up to what was considered to be the comic book wedding of the century. It was where Spider-Man married Mary Jane. And from then on, the marriage was there. And of course, what they did in the 2000s was totally dissolve the wedding. And everybody says that was the worst decision Marvel ever did. That means that there's 2 generations, there's two decades of stories where they were married, and all of these people are growing older and they want the wedding back, and Marvel won't do it. They keep teasing it, they're getting together and it's almost like they're going to kiss and they're not, and all of this sort of stuff, and it never happens. And it's all because of one person at Marvel, and while he is there, it will never happen. So he just keeps teasing things. But that's my week. No music to talk about. I thought to myself, I'm going to really look forward to listening to what my mate Ian has been watching, and I'll then fall asleep during the listening bit.
Yeah, I'm sure you will.
So
okay. Let's see. Yeah. I watched The Zone of Interest from 2023. Wow. It made such an impression on me. It's set. I don't know if you know about it. It's set as a commandant and his family, and they're right next to the concentration camp. And their life is going on. It's seeing evil in its. It's just an interesting take on this film.
Yeah.
So you're seeing them in the garden and they're enjoying their things. And then in the background, you can see the concentration camp, and you hear the trains arrive, you hear shooting, you hear people's voices. And then, most chilling of all, you see the smoke coming out of the crematorium. And there they are, the family. And then they have meetings. You see more commandants come in because they need to push forward their plan of increasing the efficiency of these crematoriums. And wow, I've never seen anything like this. It really stuck in my mind the way it was filmed. It's German. I think it's German. It was in subtitles. I think a German film, but it was amazing. I just, when you see something, you think, wow, that's another way of looking at the evil that was there. And the fact that they're in this garden and they're with his family, the kids are playing, and his wife, and then they're having conversations about this and that, and then there's all this going on. It's absolutely fascinating. I've never seen anything like it. It's another take, we look at all these sort of, Holocaust kind of films. Obviously, Schindler's List is one big one there. But this one, it just was a different take to it. And if anybody's interested, it is on Prime, The Zone of Interest. and it is well worth having a look at because it's different. And just another look at evil. The evil is in all its forms.
Was it
You can
written?
see
Was
it.
it written for Prime? You know, streaming only.
I
There's
don't
no
think. I
physical
don't know. I
media.
don't think it was. I don't know. I, th- I don't know. It's on there, but I don't think. I think it may have had a release. But it's just a fascinating film. If you're interested in history and particularly the Holocaust, then it's it's just another interesting take on it and from a film. Then I watched another film called The Night of the Hunter from 1955, which
Oh yeah.
stars Robert Mitchum. And wow, this film, 1955, he's a serial killer who's posing as a preacher, and he goes after basically to get any money he can out of these widows, and that he marries them, and and he's totally evil. Wow, he was great in this film. He really was evil. He's awful, but it's so well done. I'm seeing Robert Mitchum playing that character, and I was thinking it's 1955. This film,
Wow.
amazing. Yeah, I was absolutely blown away. I think that was on Prime. Yeah, as well. So it's a good. It's something I definitely may well add to my collection.
What type of
Definitely.
film is it again?
It's called The Night of the
No,
Hunter.
no. What's it called? What's it? What type of film is it? What type?
I would say it's psychological. It's
Drama, it's crime drama.
drama sort of, but with the horror is there. You can see the horror, and the fact he's a serial killer. Really, that's what he is. He kills without remorse, and he's awful and evil, and he just plays it so well. Then I watched again for nostalgia purposes. I just every now and again I think, oh, I've got to watch a Hammer film. I love my Hammer films. I do. You get like an itch, and I watch this. This is perhaps one of my favorite Hammer films. It's on network actually. Twins of Evil, Peter Cushing, and these two twins, Mary and Madeline Collinson, were real Playboy twins. Sadly, they're both dead now.
Didn't I say in the Biggles retrospective the director did that film?
Yeah, I think you did, and I think you're right. Yes, it's is it just Terence Fisher? I think.
It's not that director. It's not the same
it
director.
may not be him.
If his surname is Howe, it is the right one. Hough.
This is directed by it's John Huff.
Hough. Hough.
Hough. That's the one, isn't it?
Howe.
Yes.
That's Howe. That's Howe. Yeah, there you go.
It's not Terence Fisher, because I picked Terence Fisher because he seemed to direct a lot of Hammer films. But yeah, that's the one.
That's the one.
This is the one that directed Biggles. This is a great film. Oh, I've enjoyed it so much over the years. Peter Cushing's this like religious, Burnham kind of character, Burn the Witches. Wonderful film, vampires. And then I got this through post yesterday with a few other things, and I put the thing on. I watched this.
Oh yeah.
Jim Jam kind of reminded me, and I got this in a couple of other comedy DVDs. They were really cheap. This is funny. I've got to watch Best of Dave Allen and first series of Whatever Happened to the Likely Lads.
Yeah, was it the Best of Dave Allen that was influenced by me then? Because he didn't say.
It's something I've liked.
You said influenced by Delboy and Jim Jam. Then you said,
it is.
Oh, Jim Jam. And I'm going, which one of the other two then was me? Was it?
And the other thing is, I don't know why the BBC haven't released any more of him. That's all there's available is the best of. There's only one available, which
Yeah.
I don't know why, if there's any reason.
Mine's got a different cover to yours.
Yeah. And the other one, I said, there's they were all about £3 each on Music Magpie.
Yeah.
So I got them. And they say the other interesting thing was whatever happened to the Likely Lads Series 1. There's loads of episodes. I think
there isn't.
we forget that, because nowadays when you look at them, they're all limited. Certainly on BBC, you'd be lucky to get more than 6.
Yes, my friend Steve will tell you there's no such thing as Series 1 for that. It was the Likely Lads, and then it was whatever happened to the Likely Lads.
And
that's
it leads up to the marriage. It's all about
whatever happened to the Likely Lads is a longer thing, because basically it was in color and it was doing really quite well. But the Likely Lads, if you do buy that, there are missing episodes.
Yeah,
they've been junked by the BBC. So if you do pick that one up, expect, I think there's 2 episodes missing.
Yeah.
So it's one of those unfortunate things.
Yeah.
The one question I think that's asked from anybody that mentions the Likely Lads, the one question that comes up is, which do you prefer, the first season or the second season? For which I've always turned around and said, well, really, for me, the second, because it's the one I remember seeing on telly.
That's right. Yeah.
They don't really they never really rebroadcast the black and white ones.
Yeah.
So you knew of it, but you never really until physical media came around where you could pick it up. You never really knew much about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen them. You know, they're set in a factory where they sort of work. You know, whatever happened to the Likely Lads is really a continuation of the last episode, where, you know, where one of them goes off into the army for, you know.
Yeah, that's right. He's back. He's come.
They accidentally meet up again.
Yeah,
it's going back to Newcastle. So
yeah, it's just something I think that you remember as nostalgic. And I was just thinking this Benny Hill one that I got as well. This was from 1970, and I was looking at the transmission date. So I was 9 years old. 1970, because it was in the first part of 1970. I think it was January, February, and March, something like that. The episode. So you think, God, I was 9 years old watching Benny Hill. Fantastic, absolutely wonderful.
I can't tell you how old I was.
So, yeah, because as I say, we all sat around and watched it. Yeah. And I'd be saying, "Oh, can I stay up? I need to stay up and watch."
I sort of mentioned my age. It'd be too easy for people to then work out how old I am officially. And I lie on most social media so that people can't steal my identity, you see. So I don't really let on exactly what year it is, and it's always around this period.
Yeah.
So it's just one thing that you really need to do is protect yourself with identity theft. So you don't really want to put dates and things down. It's not. I don't want anybody to sort of like fall into that trap.
Yeah,
you know,
I'm an old git. That's all you need to know.
The funny thing about the Benny Hill thing is, on what when I found in their releases, is it's a little bit difficult, I think, to work out where to start, because they've got these decades, these years, and then it's the Hills Angels years.
This
and
is the first one.
Years. Well, that's the annuals.
So this is 1970.
Yeah, but look at the bottom. It says the annuals.
Yes, but they're 4 episodes.
Yes,
of that year.
What I'm trying to say is there was series.
Yeah,
and those are annuals, which means that they're not the series stuff.
Well, actually, I don't know, because in the January episode, he says, "Welcome to this is the new series."
Yeah, and this is where I said it's so convoluted. This is what I was trying to say. It's so convoluted and conflicted on. Are we talking about this is a series, but actually it's their long episodes versions? Or
I wonder, you see, if this is just network calling it an annual.
Yeah.
It's kind of their cast. I don't know. Maybe more people who know about network, but I wonder if this is just them putting that down.
What I'm trying to say is, I think this is identical to how Columbo's done.
Yeah, it's like they're saying it's just
They've got them listed now down as season 1, season 2, or
yeah,
series 1, season 2, whatever. But they were really films of the film of the week.
yeah,
And because they did several of them in the same year, they said that's
yeah,
season 1 then. But if you put those
yeah.
3 films together, that's season 1 of Columbo. And you're going, oh, all right, is that how you're working it out then? Right, okay. And
Yeah.
I think the Benny Hill ones all
What they've
started.
done is just chosen 4 episodes.
No,
It would
that's
have
what I'm
been
saying.
longer than that. They've
I
chosen
think in that
4 episodes
No, what
and
I'm trying
stuck
to
'em
get
on.
at is I think that in that first year,
Yeah.
excuse me a minute, they were hour-long episodes.
Yes, they are. Definitely. They've got the advert
I
breaks.
think
Got
it was
2
later
advert breaks.
on. I think it was later on where they actually did 6 or 8 episodes, and they were half hour.
Ah, yeah.
But
I remember it as an
in this
hour.
first year,
Yeah.
they probably commissioned him to do some stuff, and it was like hour-long episodes. You
Because
put
they
the 4
always had
together,
that.
and you call it a
Yeah.
season.
As you say, they had the music break. They had the Ladybirds singing a pop song or whatever at that
Yeah,
time, which you probably wouldn't have got in an half-hour one.
yeah.
It was more of a traditional show, kind of entertainment show at the beginning,
But
certainly.
it doesn't help when you watch them again on That's TV or Legends
Yeah,
or whatever it is, right?
yeah,
Because they put the Benny Hill show, their half-hour
yeah,
episode. They've taken those ones from the 70s and split them apart and put them into half-hour episodes,
yeah,
which means that they're not the original broadcasts. They're the best bits and put them together.
yeah.
I know that there's a Benny Hill movie, that it was right at the beginning, and
And
that was,
this is also before, is it Henry McGee? Because it's
yeah.
Nicholas Parsons who's
Yes,
on this
yeah.
episode. He went on to other things.
But
But
we'll have to have Jim Jam on at some point so he can
yeah,
sort of like get rid of the confusion. I'm doing this from memory. So
yeah,
all I'm saying is I've got a lot of Benny Hill digitally.
yeah,
I wanted to buy the DVDs, but they were always a little bit too expensive, and it was so
yeah,
convoluted on what I was buying. I couldn't
yeah,
quite work out if I'd have the whole set or not.
yeah,
It's not like the goodies where you know that this is the BBC stuff and this is the ITV
yeah,
stuff and
yeah,
this was this season and this
yeah.
second season and third season. It wasn't like that. It looked very much like, I think, when Benny Hill went from the BBC to the ITV, and that happened in 1970. They did them as specials. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. They did them as specials, and then from 1971, they were half-hour episodes, 6 per season, etc., etc. I'm pretty sure that's how it ended up. And they just called them the annuals.
Yeah, yeah,
That's all I think, because they're long.
yeah, yeah.
But I know that they took segments of those episodes and put them in a film, because I remember Benny Hill doing a sketch in it where he's a sort of like a training instructor.
Oh,
No, that's right. He was doing a film, and he says, "I want you to read this, love, from this card." And she goes, "Look in the road ahead." And he goes, "No, no, no, no. Look up the road ahead, not look in the road ahead."
yeah,
And it was all this sort of stuff. And
yeah, yeah.
and this was all very early
Yeah,
Ben
he
Hill,
does
very
that. He's got a character that there's no way that even allow on TV nowadays. I think
yeah.
he's a Japanese or Chinese bloke.
Oh yeah.
Well, everything he says, the bloke who's interviewing him, he can't get it right. He keeps, it's really well written. I was watching this and thinking how well written this is. It is really good. So I'm quite pleased with those. Some of them are more difficult to get hold of than others, but I thought, well, if I just get something, I'm quite happy to have got that. But obviously, the value of some of them is quite much more expensive, so I was lucky to get that. And that's it. I think with watching, and I always do a music thing. It's been a nostalgia.
Oh
I was
yeah, I've fallen
thinking a
asleep
lot
now. You
about
carry on.
nostalgia.
I'm going to sleep now.
And when I'm feeling nostalgic, I go for these. These are absolutely my go-to. These are all the essential punk new wave singles that came out in that golden, brilliant period. And I just love them. The only thing, because of copyright, is that there's no Clash, but there's everything else on there that you can think of. And if you ever see these going cheap and you like new wave punk, these are essential. I have bought up more collections as I've gone along, but absolutely love these. They've fantastic. So let's get into the questions. As we'll be here till Christmas.
Oh, I'm sorry, I had to wake up then because you were talking.
I know you did.
Bollocks, and I thought,
when I go into music, you go on a different planet. So you need to be.
It's not soundtracks, is it, or TV themes?
No, well, it's proper stuff, lad. Proper stuff. Bye, egg. Proper. Anyhow, Danny says, "Hello, Danny. Hi, how are you doing? I am great. Thank you, Danny. As ever."
Hello, Danny.
Oh, crikey's got a question for us already. Oh, right. If you could make a song, what would it be for? And would it have a words or just music? That's a good question, isn't it?
Yeah, I bet you anything you're going to say, right, over to you.
Oh, crikey.
And yet you all have an immense amount of time to actually think of something better. So, but of course, if you could make a song, what would it be for? I know the style. It would probably be sort of like slow. Not. I don't like to call it romantic or slushy, but it would be a a romantic sort of like song. It'd be in that tempo, I would think. It would definitely use synthesizers, because that's my era and my instrument of choice. I'm not sure whether it'd have words or music. It depends on when I'm right. Whenever, if I was trying to do a melody of something, if I could think of words that would go with it, I'd put words in it. If I couldn't, then I'd think of it as being a really nice instrumental piece that would go well here. Do you see what I mean? So that's a bit hard to say when it comes to words and music and that sort of stuff, because I think everybody who tries to compose something probably has to go through the same thing. They're either been told to write a melody and then they've been able to put words to it, or it just ended up being something that was great as a pop song or something. Do you know what I mean? But started off as something totally different. So I wish I was more musically bent to sort of like answer that. But what would it be for? It would be either something from my past, or I might do it for a computer game, or I'll do it as a theme to a film. There you are. One of those three. And they'd all fit into what I would class as my genre of things. Over to you then. Go on then. Northern Git.
Well,
is it all going to be? Yours is just going to have the Ovis music in it, isn't it?
I think mine would. It would be for a debut album of a group that I'd put together, because I'm useless at being a musician. There's no way, not ever, I'll be a musician. And the group would be sort of a prog rock, punk, new wave, bit of metal thrown in kind of group. And so that's a lovely description. And what we do is, with this debut album, we try and, I think a good way is, if you're sort of a new group and you want to get on, it's good if you could actually kind of write a song that is almost like an anthem. And if you can create that anthem, you've got the basis of a hit record, and you can build on that, which will help sell the album. The only problem is, what I've just described is now totally out of date in the modern world. That's how it used to be. In the modern world, I have no idea how albums...
Never say never on that, Ian. Yeah. There's so many people that turn around and say, you wouldn't do this. It's out of date and that sort of stuff, because everything comes around, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, from what I can see, the album has died, but it hasn't. Obviously, there are people making albums, but the appreciation of the audience, apart from if you're older, is not there anymore. An album is a wonderful thing, a work of art, but is not nowadays. So that would be the kind of thing that I would want. That's my musical influences. So it would be a song, and the group would be, that kind of music that I like. I can't change. But they wouldn't be. The keyboard player would be a piano player or organ player. They wouldn't be any synthesized music at all in my, because I don't want the 80s. I want the 70s. So no synths in my music.
No.
No, absolutely. If you're a piano player, you play the piano. Get the old piano going, or get an organ. Yes, but not the synth. Even though the 70s does have synth music, as we know.
Hmm.
I mean,
it's just an era. It's just an era. It's just an era for me.
It's just a basic sound. I think that's what I would look for, more of a basic sound rather than an overproduced, which is what the principles of punk and new wave were. Sort of a more basic sound. So that's what I would look at.
You see, I take adage to that because, I mean, I've liked synth music ever since I listened to Rick Wakeman.
Of course, yeah. No,
now Rick Wakeman is before all of the punk era.
Yes, exactly. I love it.
And you couldn't come up with a more basic sound than what was coming out of the synthesizers there.
Yeah.
So as far as I'm concerned, that's a basic sound.
Yeah.
The synths of the 80s are different. That's where they they changed the mappings and the tunes, and basically they could change things like the pitch and the waveform and all of that sort of stuff. So I love organ music.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, one of the most loveliest sounds that you can hear is an actual organ in a church, a pipe organ, a huge, massive pipe organ.
Totally.
And going into a church with somebody playing, I don't know, What a Friend We Have in Jesus or something, right? And you hear it coming out of these pipe organs. It's got, and you go, bloody hell, that's loud. And it's got such a huge bass to it. It's like a huge amount of weight behind the music. You know what I mean? Not because of its loudness, but because it's just a huge instrument and it's powerful. So I love organs. I don't quite enjoy the organs that are used in things like the Doors. They suit me. No, listen to me. What I mean by that, if you play a pipe organ or a church organ and you've got that much power, and then you listen to a pop tune or something, as lovely as the Doors music is, like This Is the End and all of that sort of stuff. The organ that's there is an electronic organ where you can sort of like sound. It's like a mellotron. It's not. It doesn't sound like a church organ. It's very much. It's very much a lighter thing. And from that point of view, you're going, well, that sounds like a synth to me, not an organ. It sounds like somebody tried to replicate an organ and couldn't quite get the power into it and all that sort of stuff. So all I'm saying about is I love the Doors. I've got a load of their albums. I love the film by Oliver Stone. This Is the End is a brilliant track, all of that sort of stuff. And it suits that music. But what I'm saying is, if you were to play that in a church,
well, you wouldn't.
On that organ, you wouldn't hear him, and you wouldn't hear any of the rest of the instruments that are in that track. Because it's a totally different place. But if I go over to my keyboard over there and put organs up, there are, no word of a lie, there are about 70 organs. And about 20 of them sound like they were used in the Doors. They all sound the same. What I'm trying to say is, you put the church organ on, and it's only one that sounds like that. There isn't church organ 2, church organ 3, church organ 4, but all the other ones are sort of like variations of the one that was used in the Doors. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I just go, and it was so iconic, that organ, that it's used everywhere. Do you know what I mean? And that's where I'm saying I fell out with that organ a little bit, because it ended up being in loads and loads and loads of tracks around that same era, using that exact same sound. And I just thought that was unique to the Doors at one point, and now you're weakening it.
Well, I'll tell you who I like, but you probably might not like them. It's the Stranglers. They were able to use that. Ferret Greenfield, I think his name was Greenfield, he's sadly no longer with us, but his organ was very much part of the Stranglers sound, with the bass, Jean-Jacques Brunel, a wonderful sound together. And they brought they were never really, they were very much always on their own, the Stranglers. They got lumped into new wave and punk and that, but they always went off in their own direction as well, and always were. They never looked like the band like that. They were a great band.
What you should have done there is to say, what do you think of the Stranglers? Because you put it out there now, thinking that I wouldn't like the Stranglers. Of course I like the Stranglers.
You do like the Stranglers.
The Stranglers is what you have to remember for me is that I liked a lot of music. And my sister was 18 months older than me.
Yeah.
So she would be listening to all sorts of music that I wasn't ready for.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So things like The Clash and Blondie and Stranglers and all this sort of stuff, I was listening to at the time that they were coming out. And from my point of view, it was about a year and a half too early.
Yeah. Yeah, I get you. Yeah.
And then when the time I got to appreciate that, we'd moved into something else, like new age romance and all of this sort of stuff. I'm going, but I've just gotten into this now, and you're saying that that's gone away.
Yeah.
I always seem to be out of step because my sister was the one that was buying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So when people say, "Do you remember that era?" and I go, "Yeah, but I was probably listening to it a little bit later than anybody else." I do remember it when my sister was playing it, but I didn't appreciate it then.
Yeah, well, yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
You know, it's a bit like that in my house.
Yeah.
She had a hi-fi in her room.
Yeah.
And she'd shut the door and she'd play the music damn loud.
Yeah.
Right? The amount of times my mum would shout, "Turn it down,
yeah. Turn it down.
Right. But she wouldn't hear anything because that sound would have to go through the bottom ceiling, the ceiling in the living room for her to hear it. And of course, they shouted to me so I could knock on her door saying, "Oi, gotta get down there." Otherwise, you couldn't hear it. And I heard therefore the music through a muffled door, so I wouldn't hear it clearly. So I mostly heard things like the bass line or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
From tracks, because that's how loud she played it. Lovely times. Thanks for the memory, by the way.
No, it's no. I immediately thinking, I shared my bedroom. It was with my brother, and he had the hi-fi system, and he had more money because he was eventually, got a bit older than me, and so he was buying more records. So I listened to a lot of his records, and then started getting my own collection. So I got to listen to lots of stuff from that period, albums. He was like me; he was really into buying lots of albums. And of course, I know he's still got. When I speak to him, I don't speak to him enough. Actually, he made me think now I should speak to him more. We always talk about those times and music and what he's into and what have you. He's got a massive record collection. And he's still got it intact as well. So he'll have loads of the, if you're a collector, all this first edition stuff. He'll have them all, all Bowie stuff, all first edition and all that stuff. Brilliant. Anyhow, it's nice memories, that. So let's go to the next one. Stephen Moles, Ian and Delboy, have you seen Treasure of the Four Crowns? I did look it up, actually, because I just saw this before. It's a film from 1983.
Hang on a minute. Shouldn't I answer it then? If you cheated.
I was just going to give you a good opportunity to talk about it.
Now, that rings a bell.
Yes, I know why.
Hang on a minute. Was the music done by Ennio Morricone?
Spot on.
Yeah, that's how I
That's
know
why
it.
it was asked.
That's how I know it. Ennio Morricone.
Yeah.
You say 80s, did you?
83. It's an adventure
83.
film.
Okay. Right. So is it a
Adventure
little
film.
bit in the style of things like I don't know, Indiana Jones or Quatermass,
Yes.
or Alan Quatermain, that sort of thing. Is it?
Yeah.
Because it sounds like it. Treasure in the Four Crowns. It sounds very much like
Yeah.
Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yeah.
Other than that, I wouldn't be able to tell you who was in it.
No.
Take that out.
No, there weren't people I knew really. Just having a quick look.
From that period, I wouldn't have even seen that at the cinema. I would have got that out from a video rental place.
Yeah,
and it would have been before Blockbusters was even a word. So one of those little video rental places.
Yeah.
And I probably saw it once.
Yeah.
But my dad was a big Ennio Morricone fan, and I became a big Ennio Morricone fan. And I would have had the album.
Yeah.
Without even having seen the film, I would have had I can sort of like see it now. Are they? It's almost like somebody's hanging off of a rope.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like a juggling rope type.
Yeah.
I'm guessing now.
Yeah.
I'm going to let you go on now with the actual answer. You cheat.
Well, no. Well, in a way, I don't think I need to add much more because I've never heard of the film. I just saw it from that, and I think this question was more aimed for you with your music soundtrack.
Oh, rubbish! Look, it says Ian and Delboy. Doesn't it say Delboy and Ian, doesn't it?
You know me. I don't know about soundtracks and things. I know virtually nothing apart from
Ennio Morricone, though. I mean, my God.
Apart from, I know that the Grease soundtrack is one of the worst soundtracks that ever existed. I can't stand Grease. Anyhow, there we are. One awful soundtrack, Grease is.
You just stay there a minute. Carry on talking.
Yeah. So I say I'm not a great one for soundtracks. I do have a few, but I don't tend to be.
Yeah, keep going.
Apart from, I don't know what I'm saying half the time.
Yeah, you bloody do.
The Graduate, I say, because of Simon and Garfunkel. That's got a lot of that on, so I like that kind of music. Easy Rider soundtrack. Of course, I love the Easy Rider soundtrack. It's got all those wonderful. It's a great film, great road movie, motorcycle, and the music. Well, you just can't argue with the music. It's absolutely fantastic. Some people don't like Easy Rider. I suppose that's fair enough. It's of its period, but I really enjoy it. That's that musical feel that it's got. A great film, Easy Rider.
Wonderful. Yeah, but the trouble with the music that you've just mentioned there is that those are music that would have been written outside of the film, and they just fit the film. The reason I like
there was actually I think there's only one track which was written specially for the film.
That's what I mean.
Made it on there on the soundtrack.
So where you're talking quadrophenia and all of that sort of stuff.
I'm not. I'm just talking about music that goes into the film.
So when you're talking about those sort of soundtracks, I do like them, but it's just I could pick those up on another compilation album and
basically they're not in that order together necessarily. I said the Wood Plus side you could say that is if you like the film and you like those songs, they're all stuck together. Whereas if you wanted to see them, you'd have to spread out and look.
It's really that's what I'm trying to say. It's really intelligent to actually pick up tracks that fit the film because it's about a road trip and they thought about, if I was on a road trip, what music would I have playing in the stereo?
Yeah, and straight away Steppenwolf, Born to Be Wild was just it was almost like it was written for the film.
But it went the reason I like soundtracks is because it's like not just orchestras, it can be small bands and all sorts of stuff that have written for this film specifically So the emotion and everything that's in the music is purposely for the beats of the film, rather than I'm choosing this track and it sort of fits because it's about, in this scene, it's about a breakup. So I'll play a well-known breakup track, and I'll put that in there, and people will remember it, you know? So don't get me wrong, I love all of that. I like those films, but it's just that when I was growing up, it was all the music to things like Meteor and Star Trek: The Motion Picture and Alien and all of this sort of stuff. And I was listening to it and I was going, wow, what a powerful piece for this menacing thing that's chasing them down this alleyway or whatever it is. But if anybody wants to know a documentary that I think is now getting a release over here, I had to buy this abroad. This is the one called Ennio.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Right. I think it's now being released by Arrow. This was a 4K release that I bought from France. So I bought it a year and a half to 2 years ago. But I tell you what, that's an incredible. It's an incredible documentary. Is what I'm trying to say. It really is. If you're anything, if you've got any sort of like reminiscing to do about Ennio Morricone at all, or you got anything about why they call him the maestro, get that documentary or watch it. It's on Sky Arts an awful lot. Sky Arts is free, so you just need to look out really, and then choose the preview in and all that. But
it's good. All right. Okay, so we've got Steve's Gaming. Hello, guys. Hello. Welcome to the channel.
Hey, that's my salute, Steve.
And then Mark Fletcher. Can you imagine if we hadn't progressed from the VHS format, how much space your collections would take up? No Laserdiscs, no DVD, no Blu-ray, etc. Do you think you would have carried on collecting? Wow, that is a great question. Oh boy.
Hang on a minute. I'm just putting my head above the writing look for when I talk.
I know.
That takes up half the screen.
Do
you want my answer, or do you want to answer that?
You answer it and see what you think. Have you got any thoughts on that?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Would I have collected? Yes. That's the simple answer to that. It doesn't matter now that I'm running out of space. I continue to buy. I have to then think very strongly about how I'm going to store this stuff. That's all it means, right? So I have to think to myself now, it's getting really difficult. So I'm going to have to really think about how I'm going to do storage, whether it's because it's such a powerful thing to me, collecting. I've been collecting on VHS all the way up till now, and I haven't stopped collecting. So if we forget about the laser discs and forget about the DVDs, would I still be collecting? Of course I would be, because there would only be VHS, wouldn't there? Right. So it's the only format.
That's it. That's all there is.
It's a very simple answer. But the other thing to think about is, if VHS was still if tape was the only medium, don't you think as we advance in technology that the tapes would get smaller?
Yeah.
Right.
Good point. Yeah.
And the other thing is, to be backwardly compatible, all you'd have to do is put the smaller tape into a holder, like you have SD card readers.
Yeah.
You put the little SD card into the holder, and that goes into the USB port. And there you are, and it makes it work. Well, I think we did that with camcorders. Do you remember camcorders?
Yeah.
They used to bring out the little tapes, and if you wanted to play them in your VHS player, you had to put that little tape in a blank tape that had a hole for it, and you placed it in, and it would play like a VHS tape without you having to convert it. So I've got a funny feeling, if we didn't have those mediums, the VHS format would have adapted to a smaller size.
And HD. It would be in HD,
And there
wouldn't
would
it?
well, this is the thing. A lot of people don't know this, but there was HD tapes.
Yes, yeah.
If you go over to somebody that I've talked about in my blog called Tech Moan, he will tell you that we had 4K HD tapes.
Yeah.
Back in the 90s.
So that's what it would have progressed to.
Yes, it would.
It would have progressed to that. So
it was a medium that was used by the industry for doing news. Mostly, where they needed a really sharp recording for a mobile film unit to go out and do the news. You know, so they had to have a higher grade tape. So they developed in Japan HD tape. Trouble with HD tapes, like anything, is that it's going to be one of those ones that's still linked to the old type format, and therefore will have the same problems. Tape gets caught in the machine, all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
have the same issues. So there we go. Yeah,
I think
if you know, like I said, I'd have to buy another lockup garage or something. You know.
Yeah, and I would have been the same. I would have carried on, but I would be still adopting this. Will I watch that again? Thing, and do I really need it in my collection? I mean, I'd have all, which I did have. I'd have all the Doctor Who ones would have been there in my collection. But if the new Doctor Who was being released, you know, so-called blooming series 1, that wouldn't be going in my collection even on VHS. You know, it would still be me still saying I'm not having that in my collection. So
yeah.
That's how I would try and look for space, but it would take up. You're right. You'd have to find somewhere else in the end to put it. The house would be overtaken. Yeah, it is. But we would still. I think it's something you would still carry on. VHS, you would just still carry on collecting it. Yeah. There's no doubt about it.
Like I said, they probably put multiple films on the same cassette because they'll develop a new extended long play or something tape version.
Yeah.
So the size of things wouldn't become an issue. They'd bring out things like 4 films on one tape or something.
Yeah.
Stuff, you know. Maybe that Nightmare on Elm Street box set would come on one tape.
Yeah. And
that's all it would do. It'd still take up the same space as the DVDs that are going to come out. Because,
what about
they developed a new long play method?
Yeah.
You know?
What about for series like Star Trek? You know, how would they try and get more episodes onto one tape?
That's right, one tape per season. Bloody hell!
Yeah.
That's a long tape.
I don't think they could do that. Unfortunately,
you don't know. We're talking 30 years on.
Yeah.
You don't know what you see. The brains that developed Blu-ray and DVD and Laserdiscs, they put their mindset into a new format and they've continued that format on. If that wasn't being developed and you had all of those brains looking at VHS, I'm sure they'd have come up with a medium that.
And the other thing, so say you had it like that, would you be able to jump to the episode that you want? Say you want to watch episode 6. Can you?
Yeah, but my answer to that is they could do. You could do that with audio tape.
Yeah.
If you're in a car and you had before CDs come out, you had the most modern cassette tape that went into your car. You had a way of pressing the forward button, and it went to the gap between the 2 tracks,
and it would jump straight to.
It listened to that gap, so you press forward and it stopped, and then played that track, and then you press forward again, and it went to So yes, again, you'd be able to do the next. You would be able to do chapters.
Yeah,
but you'd be able to go from episode to episode because there'd be that gap at the end of the credit and the start of the next episode. So,
well, that's good. Yeah,
I think he could have done it.
Yeah, perhaps this will be in the Sliders series that's developed. We'll see how technology went in different directions and what didn't. that was what's good about the sliders, wasn't it? I always keep
Yeah.
referring to sliders, but it's good.
It's a great show. That's why.
Yeah. Danny Duke says hi. Steve Gaming hi. And Tony, hello Tony. Evening, Ian and Dell. Oh, you're okay. Intrigued by Treasure of Four Crowns. Never heard of it. Just checked, and it's a star. Tony Anthony is also the star of Spaghetti Western trilogy, which I have the Stranger series of films. Oh, right.
I've heard of the Stranger series of films.
Yeah.
Remember, I'm still catching up with westerns. I love westerns.
Oh
but
well, I
know
hope
them
that's
all.
useful then.
I
Then
know them
you'll be able
all.
to go into that then.
But like, as I told
Yeah.
you with that film, I remember the
Yeah.
music, but I don't remember who. I said I could probably be here for half an hour and not come up with who the main actors were.
Yeah.
Because I watched it once and it was back in the early 80s.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Maybe he's asking us to do a retrospective, and I ought to be looking and seeing if I should order it.
Yeah.
I did my retrospective again. I'll tell you what, though, guys, that was the most fun I ever had. Was you guys mentioning Biggles?
Yeah.
And me then doing a retrospective.
Yeah.
Because I had trouble thinking what was I going to do a film review of that week.
Yeah.
And when we were chatting about it, so many memories came back. I went, oh, it's easy now.
Yeah.
I know exactly what I'm going to do. I just hope it arrives in the post fast enough for me to actually watch it and do it. So,
Sai says, "Hi guys, hello, welcome, thank you for joining us."
Like I say, for last week.
Mark Fletcher, Cy Robson, have they rescheduled the Godfather film for you yet? Oh yeah, this is at the cinema, isn't it? That's been going on. Cy Robinson, Danny says, "Hi mate, Cy." Stephen Moles, I think in Delboy must have got drunk.
Was this before we even went live?
Yeah. This is where we were waiting. Matt Fletcher, they haven't, and I, Danny Dukes.
I hope that changes. I hope that changes for you, Si. That's all I can say.
Yeah, Si Robson, fingers crossed they will soon. Yeah, hopefully. Si says cheers. And Si says at Matt Fletcher, but they have scheduled a Wes Craven double bill of Shocker and New Nightmare 2 of his lesser known movies. That's interesting.
Since Shocker. Can't remember New Nightmare.
Yeah. No, I don't remember Shocker.
New
Nightmare. Yeah, I think it's in that box set, isn't it?
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
I just remember. I remember.
I must admit, after 1 and 3, I kind of lose a lot of interest in Nightmare on Elm Street. I don't really get into them, but 1 and 3 definitely. Tony York says, wouldn't touch Facebook, etc., with a barge pole, breeding ground for such things as Dell's just mentioned.
Yeah, I'm not going to mention it anymore. All I'm saying is that when somebody tries to hide something behind a code, it gets my goat, because it's obviously something I can't see myself.
Yeah,
and then obviously I've got nice friends, and they're saying, "Have you seen this?" And I go, "No, I can't." And then I go, "Well, that isn't that something awful when I don't do that myself? I leave myself totally open, and I like to be free to actually be able to express and talk and that." So all I'm saying is, and I don't know who it is or any of that sort of stuff, and that's why I'm ending it there. Just saying, whoever that is, stop, and if you want to talk to me, just talk to me. I mean, I'm open. I'm not.
It's obvious.
Just basically talk to me.
Yeah.
But if you can't, if you can't or don't, then obviously don't mention me. So that's easy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because all you're doing therefore then is just making it a one-sided thing where you can do whatever you want and the other person's powerless. And and of course you're not. The stuff is not going to be hidden because I've got people that are telling me. So, and I don't want. If it is somebody that I know that wants me to cause an argument with me, then I don't want to air out my stuff in the street. I'd rather find out what the problem is.
Yeah.
That's as simple as that, really. Don't want to say any more because we're here to have fun.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Facebook, I agree with you, Tony. Just to address the Facebook thing,
Yeah.
it's full of innuendo and secret code and people saying this and that and the other and trolling and all that sort of stuff. I don't know anything. I don't know anybody that would ever troll me. I don't know anybody that would that would want to cause me harm. So as far as I'm concerned, it must be somebody that I don't know. So simple as that. I don't know.
Right, we'll move on to Jim Jam Movies and TV. Good evening, gentlemen. Hello, Jim Jam. Welcome. And Jim Jam Movie, Danny Duke says Jim Jam Movies and TV. Hi, mate. Cy Robson's social media is a trough of toxicity. It can be vile at times. I'm afraid.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's where we end it because it really. I think everybody understands it now that it's just a place of faceless people, and that's where I don't like it.
Yeah. In fact, sometimes you think, I wish it didn't exist. All that stuff, it just wasn't there.
Facebook, I use it to talk to people that I used to work with.
Yeah.
Right. Don't get me wrong. I do some anniversary stuff like remembering my dad, and I'll put a little thing about my dad each year there. And I do put my commiserations, like rest in peace to famous stars that have now left us, and they meant something to me. But I don't use it for hardly anything else. Really.
I think it's not as widespreadly used as it used to be. I think it's declining probably now. People are moving a lot on from it. I mean, to be honest, I don't hardly post anything. I used to post quite a bit, but I can't be bothered. It doesn't have the same meaning anymore. It's just for talking, really, isn't it? Yeah. Using the chat thing. That's what it is. I forgot what it's called, but the chat thing is where you might send messages to people. That's all it's for.
That's a thing that's coming along, by the way, Ian. I'll just stop you there. A couple of people have always come up to me. I don't think Steve has, but he would have encouraged me anyway, who's in the room at the moment. They said, why haven't you got a Discord channel?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I'm a member of yours, Denny, and I'm a member of Mainmeisters and all of that sort of stuff. And of course, I love chatting to people on these video things and all that sort of stuff. But the reason I haven't is because I don't think there'd be anything new for me to set up. But Denny's encouraged me, and he turned around and said, you must be joking, mustn't you? Everything that you've just talked about has been, these Discords, they've been set up to be just for gaming or just for movies. Why don't you set up a nostalgia one? And I went, I mean, I'm full of nostalgia. That's the thing that gears me, where I'm equally at home talking about computers as I am talking about the films and TV and adverts of that period and time and all that sort of stuff. So I've started to set up a server, and I've got it set up now to the point where I'm going to ask Denny to test it, and then I'll put it out there, and hopefully, when I do that, I hope that some people will go there and it'll be a nice communal chat. Because I tell you what, you guys out there make this a wonderful world to be in, right? And I have to wait a week to hear about half the things that are coming out, and by that point, I've missed the boat of ordering it, right? Because I needed to order it that day or something, otherwise it was going to be sold out or something like that, right? Or tickets to like cinema that Cy's been talking about, all of that sort of stuff. Just think if he had a place where all his friends were, that he went in there and said, guys, I've just ordered my ticket for cinema for Godfather. It's selling really quick at this place. You want to get there and order it now. And, basically it would be out there for them people to actually order or whatever. So yeah, I'm just tinkering with a Discord, and that might come out shortly. And Ian, you'll definitely be a moderator on it, because I know how technical you are.
I
know that you'd be king. And
yes,
I can see your little picture now with a crown on.
No, Discord, I know nothing
I'm
hardly
only
about
joking.
it.
I'm only joking with
It,
you, but I thought I'd mention it because it is another way,
yeah,
and it is something that I thought that might be interesting.
it's
Talk
like
about.
another world. I think I don't know much about it.
Oh,
But
teacher.
all I know is more linked with gaming and stuff, isn't it?
No, it's not. You see,
Is
this is
it?
what I
Well,
mean.
there you are. I'm on the wrong thing.
This Discord is a forum,
Oh, right.
right? Do you know what a forum is?
It's where people discuss various
That's right.
subjects and that.
So think of it as you dialing in and talking to
Yeah,
15
and saying,
people in a room about your passion.
yeah, isn't the new Doctor Who a load of, yeah, okay,
Yeah.
there you are.
Yeah, that's it. You can put your pictures there,
Yeah.
web links there, everything. That's what it is.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Let's see what we've got here. Jim Jam Movies and TV. I picked up the network release of Love Thy Neighbor yesterday from CEX. A hell of a lot better than that dreaded original re-release. All right. I want. Hopefully, it wasn't too expensive then for you.
Yeah, he hasn't said, has he?
Yeah. And then Jim Jam Movies and TV says, "Hi, Danny." Mark Fletcher, Cy Robson, not too bad. Saw both of those back in the day at the cinema. All right. Okay. Tony says, evening, James. Jim Jam Movies and TV. Just about to watch Fall Guy. Oh, yeah. That's that new film, isn't it?
Yeah, it's what I showed a picture of in my
that you were showing. Yeah. Jim Jammer says, hi, Tony. Sim Moles, another good film to check out. Prisoners of the Lost Universe, 1983, starring Richard Hatch and John Saxon. Richard Hatch, is that the bloke from Battlestar Galactica?
I think it is.
Yeah.
But isn't it amazing that the film that I was talking about earlier was the same year, 1983?
Yeah.
Visiting Hours is the one I was watching.
Yeah, Prisoners of the. It sounds the title, Prisoners of the Lost Universe. You think, oh yeah, you've got an idea in your mind of what that might be. But it's probably wrong. But John Saxon, yeah, he's what a great loss. He's he's still not around, isn't Jim John was on TV. Have you watched any retro telly lately? Well, I suppose I showed earlier, which is the Benny Hill show that I've got on network. I suppose that's it, really.
Now, come on, Ian, you gotta be cleaner here. When you turn your telly on, I'm sure it tunes into 1970 anyway, doesn't it? I mean, you're not watching, right? I can imagine you turn it on, and all you're watching is everything that was on a Wednesday in 1973. That's what I think on your telly, personally. Everybody else watches what's actually being broadcast, right? But yours, it tunes into 1973.
From what we've seen, it'll be better, the stuff that we're watching back then, than it would be now. There's nothing on.
Yeah. I've been just watching that Sink or Swim.
Oh yeah, that's Peter Davison and
the comedy show from the 80s.
Yeah.
I was having a chat with Denny. I said, "What was that comedy that Peter Davison was in?" And I think it was that he had his son turned up or something. I got it wrong. It was his brother.
Yeah.
And it was on, and I even got the channel wrong. I thought it was on ITV. It was actually BBC.
Oh.
And the cheapest I've seen it priced at the moment is about 15 quid for 3 seasons, which doesn't sound like an awful lot of money. But it's just that I know full well that if that there's no end of complete seasons that are in shops, like charity shops where you can pick these things up for £1 or £2. I don't like to overextend on DVDs. I don't mind spending 15 quid on a Blu-ray or a 4K, but it'd have to be something really, really special for a DVD. But I think I'm going to bite the bullet because I watched the whole of season 1 digitally, and I found it immensely enjoyable.
All right.
And
Yeah.
I haven't seen season 2 and season 3 yet. So
Yeah.
I think instead of me looking now for the digital editions of the season 2 and season 3, I think
Mm.
I might just buy it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then watch it on DVD. But like I say, it's one of those things where I'm very cautious with DVD. I don't mind buying them in secondhand stores and stuff, but I don't really buy them brand new.
Mm.
If it's brand new, I'm looking all the time for a Blu-ray or a 4K of anything. You know what I mean? Something like this, I managed to buy from World of Books
Oh, fantastic name. Yeah.
on Sunday
Yeah.
the complete collection of Good Night Sweetheart.
Oh, yeah, I've got that.
And
Fantastic
it
series.
was
How much?
it was one of those things where it was 30% off if you ordered 3 things,
Yeah.
right? And it ended up it was actually listed at $24.99, but when I
Yeah.
bought the other 2 things that I bought, I
Yeah.
ended up getting that for something like I think it was like £18.
Yeah. Very
And
good.
that's 11 discs for £18. Don't mind that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Stop being distracted, you.
That was takeaway.
Bloody takeaways. I'll take away something in a minute. His balls. He doesn't stop interrupting. Hello, son. Hello.
He's still waiting there.
No, he's a lovely guy. I'm sure you've told me about your son a lot of times. We've had a nice little chat about him.
Brilliant.
But yeah, so have I been watching any retro telly lately? I've watched You Rang My Lord, and I watched Sink or Swim. They're the 2 things I've watched retro. You Rang My Lord and Sink or Swim.
Yeah. So as I said, I got the what I ordered this week through Music Magpie and Wob. I got the Benny Hill 1970 annual thing, which I've really enjoyed, and I've got Dave Allen to watch.
Yeah,
and Likely Lads. Whatever happened to the Likely Lads? So yeah, that's been my retro telly output or input this week. Yeah. So let's get on to the next one. Right, the next one is Cy Robson. You can't go wrong with John Saxon in a movie. Yeah.
It's amazing how I'm appreciating him more now than I ever did.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And that's the sad thing. You must appreciate these people, these things, when they're here. And you know, celebrate the fact and try and get them on as much as you can, because once they're gone, all you're going to remember is what they recorded, and that's it.
Yeah, yeah. Jim Jam was on TV. That Signal Sale is decent. Few Roy Scheider films. Yeah, I know a lot of people have been showing that Signal Sale, haven't they?
Well, that's what I mean. I learned about it so late.
Yeah. Did you get the Death Race 2000? I think that
I got those 2 that you saw. I got Houdini, and I got that Eyewitness.
Oh yeah, the Eyewitness one. Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about Cherry 2000, aren't you? I wanted Death Chase, but it was gone.
Yes, yeah. That was the one I think a lot of people probably got straight away, and yeah. Do you remember a series called Maggie and Her? No.
Yeah.
No. Do you?
Do I? No, I don't know. I don't know anything about that one. Can you tell me? Can you tell me a little bit about it, Jim Jam? I've no idea what you're talking about. No.
That's the Peter Davison one that you've got there, isn't it?
No, that was Maggie and Her. You daft look. Look, I said don't.
Oh. Sorry, I was a bit slow there. I was a bit slow.
I don't know what you're talking about, Jim Jam, right? I haven't got a clue what Maggie and Her is all about. What's that all about then? Look, and then I was holding the bloody thing up. Look.
You can't see it very well because of light, but there you are.
Yes, I do remember Maggie and her and Irene Handling. And the reason
yeah.
the reason that I bought that was because it was in a charity shop for 50 pence.
Yeah.
The other thing is that she was in that series that you don't like. I think it's the one where she's in a graveyard.
Yeah.
Forgotten now what it's called. Bloody hell.
Well.
Anyway, she encounters love again after she's buried her husband. She's a pensioner, and she starts going out with the person who digs the graves. She lives with her daughter and son-in-law. He's the bloke who was in Love Thy Neighbor.
Oh, right, yeah.
So he was the bigot that lived next door. But in this, he's a nice guy who works in a supermarket. What is called now? Bloody hell. Anyway, Irene Handel was in that. I was so impressed with that I started to look for things that she'd been in.
Right.
So the last thing that she did, by the way, was something in Sickness and in Health.
Oh, right.
She came in as a guest for 2 years on that show, season 1 and season 2 of Alf Garnett. And she was the one who's got a bad hearing aid and she can't hear very well, and she's a bit dotty. She thinks she's in a doctor's surgery when she's actually in Alf Garnett's living room or something, and starts taking her clothes off, thinking that the doctor wants to examine her. There's Alf Garnett saying, "Keep your drawers on," or something. Look, what do you think you're doing? He says, "Oh, you don't want to examine me then? You're not at the doctor's. You're in my living room." Like this, it's very funny. Irene is one of those characters that I think if you hear her voice, you just fall in love with her a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's why I've got Maggie and her, really.
Right. Next one is is Sorcerer in the sale? I thought that just come out, the one with Boris Karloff in. It's quite a new release. I don't know. I don't know if that's the one you mean.
I've seen that film that you're talking about because it's got Ian Ogilvy in. And,
that's right. Yes. Yeah.
And
it's one of those 3 films that Michael Reeve made. He made one before
Boris Karloff has developed a machine, hasn't he, where he can enter their bodies. He can enter the bodies and live out his life as if he was a teenager again. But the wife or something, she goes sort of like mental dirt. She craves it all the time and makes him do. Make him do all sorts of things, doesn't he?
It's a great film. A great film. He made only 3 films. Witchfinder General was the next one he made, and sadly he died. He was about 28.
But how far away is Sorcerer from the last film that Boris Karloff did?
That's interesting. I don't know.
Because it's a 1968 film, something like that.
Is it? So that's quite late, isn't it? I wonder.
I would have said it was Ian Ogilvy, you see. So what I'm trying to say is it might even be a 1970s film. Because Ian Ogilvy made it big with obviously the new Adventures of the Saint, which is 76. But I think the first time I saw Ian Ogilvy in a horror film, it was in one of my favorite Amicus horror films, which is From Beyond the Grave.
Oh, right, yes.
He was the one he's the one who bought the door.
Yeah.
And he put it into his house. The door led him to a room full of by a bloke who craved blood or something. You had to, this, and of course he thought destroy the door would destroy the room, but you had to destroy the frame as well of the door. He was there. I remember it. That was a brilliant film. And I have to mention, by the way, Mondo's done a video just tonight about Amicus films. It's spot on.
Yeah,
go and see that. He's talking about the Amicus films. He hasn't quite got to that film of mine, the From Beyond the Grave. I'd love that film, by the way. That is in my to get list. But every time I want to buy it, it's like 30 quid or 24.95.
Oh, it's quite expensive.
So it's for a Blu-ray, which has got no extras on it.
Oh,
and I'm just going, do you know what? They must at some point put this in better packaging or do a 4K or something like Witchfinder General. And I'm really going to hate the fact that I forked out 25 quid. And then they'll bring out a 4K, which is £5 more expensive, and it's got all the extras in it. And I'm just going to go, stop it.
Oh, yeah, Witchfinder General.
I keep putting myself off.
He's in that. He's in Witchfinder General. Is he in Ogilvy?
Yeah.
What it is the director uses the same actors. Same actors, and that's what he did with him. Yeah.
All of that came from Is Sorcerer in the Sale?
Yeah. I don't know. Somewhere. Right. Jim Demos and TV. Have you seen The Great Outdoors with John Candy? I haven't, no.
Yes, Dan Aykroyd is with John Candy in The Great Outdoors, and there's a big bear on the front cover of it. There's a great big bear in the center, and there's a Dan Aykroyd on one side, John Candy on the other. One of those early films, a bit like Stripes, where John Candy shines, Dan Aykroyd less so. I thought it was a great film. Not many people talk about it these days, to be quite honest. But I remember renting that out many times because I thought it was funny. I thought it was really funny. Yes, I do remember that, Jim Jam. Yes, thank you very much.
Jim Jam was on TVs. What's your favorite decade of sitcoms?
Want me to go?
Yeah.
All of the 70s, beginning of the 80s. Yeah.
I have to say, I suppose some of the 60s, but mainly the 70s.
He said favorite decade, not decades.
Okay, well, I'll say 70s then.
Yeah, same as me. 70s. You keep skirting around these. I think I'll break the rules and say, oh, this and this and this and this.
Well, I don't believe in always rules. I adjust them to what suits me.
It's a good job you're not on the university challenge where somebody turns around and says, work out this mathematic equation. You say, can I be within 5 decimal places, please?
Yeah.
As long as I'm thereabouts, I don't think.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
I'd hate you to measure the carpet in my room because it'd be thereabouts about right, but be a foot wrong somewhere.
Oh dear. Tony says, I have the original version of Sorcerer. Oh, Wages of Fear, that one. Must get around to watching it.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah.
For definite.
Yeah. 70s and 80s for sitcoms. You see, he's put 70s and 80s.
Yeah, but he's wrong as well, isn't he?
You see?
It's what decade? Then again, I did say all of the 70s and the beginning of the 80s, so I was wrong as well.
And Steve Moll says Sheena, starring Tanya Roberts, is a good film. Yep, thank you. Sorcerer is my favorite William Friedkin film, and yes, it's above The Exorcist. Well, that's an interesting take, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very interesting. I don't know what else to say. Any comments on Sorcerer?
I told you my comments on it.
Yeah. Okay.
It's one of those ones that I saw on Legends or something, and I need to order it as a physical media release because I enjoyed watching it, and every time it's on, I get hooked into watching it again.
Yeah. That's a good sign, actually, isn't it? If you get hooked again.
Yeah, so it's one of those ones where I'm going, well, I ought to buy it then, haven't I?
Yeah.
Because I've seen it twice now.
Yeah. Tony York, 70s for sitcoms, On the Buses, Man
Oh.
About the Ass, George and Mildred, etc.
Tony's, I'm sure he's well aware.
Yeah,
that those ones that he mentioned there, Man About the House, George and Mildred, and even Robin's Nest. I used to have countless conversations with Nigel about those.
Yeah.
That I miss actually talking about those.
Yeah.
They're really, really good. They're really, really good sitcoms. And even now I can put them on and find them funny.
Yeah.
This political correctness stuff really annoys me because it could be given to a bigger audience. People might find the funny in them now. You know what I mean? And they're not given any say, so they just get lost. And that's what will happen. They'll get lost through time because nobody talks about them anymore because people are scared to talk about them because of what's in them,
Yeah. It's sad, but there's nothing we can do about any of this. It's something we can't change. I know it sounds very negative, but what can we do?
Yeah.
I don't know. Steve's Gaming says, Del Ian, I'm a huge Buster Keaton fan. I think he was staggeringly talented. Have you seen The General? Do you think it's a great film like I do? I've seen bits of Buster Keaton, and I can see why people have really got into him because the stunts are incredible, absolutely incredible.
Which he did on his own.
Amazing. I'm sure Delboy knows a lot more about Buster Keaton than I do. But
no, it's one of those ones where I wish I had more Buster Keaton than I do.
Yeah,
I have seen The General, but I've not seen it that often.
Yeah.
I like to go back and watch a few Buster Keatons on occasion, but I still keep turning my head towards Laurel and Hardy and Harold Lloyd and all of those. The sad thing about Buster Keaton is he was penniless when he died. He basically fell out of favor. He was a drunk. I think it was Stan Laurel that gave him money to survive in the later part of his career. And just a sad end to his life, really. But if you watch him, he's a genius. In fact, he was probably the most played. When they showed clips of old movies, they would always show a Buster Keaton clip of a stunt that he did because his stunts were just incredible. I think he's in that famous one where the whole front of the house falls towards him and he stands at the exact place where the window is. But you can imagine the person measuring that saying, if you just stand right there, you'll be all right. But if he stood a foot before it or a foot afterwards, the bloody whole house would have fell on him. That's what he was. But he did lots and lots of train and moving stunt work. That's what was pioneering about him during the silent era. I mean, there's funny and there's funny with danger. That's what I always thought of him. He was funny with danger. That's what I liked about Buster Keaton. To answer your question, Steve, yeah, I didn't know that about you, and wow, now I know that you like Buster Keaton. Brilliant.
Stephen Moles, I watched the Beastmaster trilogy last night. They need to release a box set on Blu-ray. Oh, do you know much about the Beastmaster?
Didn't it star the guy that was in V? Remember the miniseries V?
Oh, it's interesting.
What I remember about Beastmaster, and this is just general.
Yeah.
It came out at a time where Conan was starting to become a really big set of films, and all those chesty and women with hardly any clothes on were there. Beastmaster, if I remember rightly, he carried around 2 ferrets or something that he talked to. I don't know if I'm talking about the right film, but I'm pretty sure
it sounds like the Yorkshire Beastmaster.
And these ferret things went off and did stuff while he had his big sword and started killing people. I'm pretty sure it was the guy from V, and I can't remember what his name is.
Ferret.
And
Oh,
anybody must be thinking, what are we tuning into? These two old farts, and they can't think of any of his
talking
name.
about ferrets. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Yes, it just oh, you're painting a great picture there of ferrets.
It's a terrible picture, isn't it? Really? I mean, I've really sold that film, haven't I?
All this wonderful mythological stuff, and then he's got his ferrets out.
Well, honestly, they were like ferrets. I can't think what they were.
Get your whippet out as well.
They were probably minks or something.
Oh dear, but we get animal rights people next on us.
I remember him talking to these two live things. Like, I'm no word of a lie. There he is with his chest all out showing, and behind a bush or something. You know, he'd be talking to these two because I think his secret power was talking to animals.
Ah, right, yeah.
But, you know, and I don't want anybody to start asking me to talk about Manimal again. We've had that Manimal.
We've had that one.
Yeah, I don't watch that.
We've had that one.
Right. And he was just talking to these two. Well, I think they're ferrets.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I think they were.
Right. Yeah. Jim Jam moves on TV. I love watching sitcoms, then seeing guest stars appear. You often get a lot of interesting guest stars. Have you noticed? Actually, I noticed this in America. You get the audience who applaud, don't you? In these sitcoms, somebody will come on and say something, and you get this round of applause.
Yeah. Have you actually ever been to a recording?
Not of a sitcom. I have been to a television recording of.
There's always a leading comedian that warms the audience.
Yes, there is.
Stuff.
I went to some political.
They've got TV monitors where you're sitting in the crowd, and there's always somebody that's got applause comes up, and you're supposed to applaud and all of that. That was a thing. Yeah. But I mean, most of the time, if it was funny, you'd laugh anyway. So they didn't mean it. But there was always somebody there going, that was a funny joke, you know, something like that. You know, sometimes if it was just a pitter patter of clapping.
I'm sure. What happened was, I remember that I think it was our school. We did like politics as an A level. Some of us, we got invited along to this audience at Yorkshire TV, and there was some sort of political debate. And we were in audience, and exactly what you happened. You had this comedian making absolutely nobody was laughing, and he was trying to warm up the audience.
Yeah,
and, I know it was David Frost. Now, the more I think about it, he was introducing it, which was quite good. It's funny, I've just remembered, that's a memory that's just come back. Yeah. It was in Yorkshire TV. I remember we went along.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, knowing you, it was probably that was the week that was it? Is that what?
I don't know. Oh, God, that's 60s, cheeky son. This would have been in 70s.
I have to get an age thing in there.
You do, yeah. Right. Delboy movies and TV. Jim Jam movies and TV. Sorry, Del, you look like you're in Barbados, mate. Oh, there you are.
That's the Enterprise. I don't like Barbados.
Yeah, well, it's Barbados apparently. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Love you, Jim Jam. I'll have a pint of whatever you're on.
Yeah. I'll tell you what I'll have. A Cornish pasty. Give us I love me Cornish pasties. Oh, you can't beat a Cornish pasty. I've got some in fridge already for tomorrow. I've just realised, that is it Cootie Gatois? Christian name is an anagram of it's I something. Any ideas?
No.
No, I'm not saying no.
Do I care?
No.
Oh yeah, I do. He's actually a very good actor, actually.
Yeah,
Just
it's just
as much as we poo Doctor Who and all
yeah,
of that sort of stuff, I actually do think he's a pretty class actor, and he can only act with what he's given as a role.
exactly. Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
that's all I can say really
that's
about
it.
it.
No, it's true. You're right. Yeah,
So I won't
yeah.
start taking him
Uh,
to bits. You
from
know,
the noises he's making, he's only going to do one more series. So we're
that's
going
what I
to
mean. I don't know.
have.
He did go to the panel in San Diego, and he seemed quite enthusiastic. It was
Mm.
I felt the person that was preaching the most was Russell T
Well, it
Davies,
would be. Oh
right?
yes, yeah.
Everything seemed to be, oh, let's be more exciting than we actually are,
God.
right, to the audience. And then they were asking him questions, and he just seemed to come and say, if that's what you want it to be, then that's what I think Doctor Who should be. So
Oh
when
no.
you're talking about seeing Richard E. Grant as one of the hologram
Yeah.
heads, if you want to
Oh,
think of him as being a past Doctor, think of him as being a past. Why
oh.
don't you just come up with the right answer and just tell us and say, why did you make that choice? Because
Yeah,
that was
and
your choice,
I would say
rather than skirt
why
around.
why space babies? Why?
Oh, yeah.
Please explain space babies. Why? What came over you? What happened? Yes.
Honestly, you might as well have landed, right, or parked up your TARDIS in a
Yeah.
ship, decked to the nines, with Disney cartoon characters.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
why is this ship in space totally controlled by Mickey Mouse from
Yeah.
1930,
Yeah.
1940,
Oh, and
1950,
Donald Duck.
and
God,
there's
Donald Duck.
Donald Duck is second in command. You might as well,
Yeah.
because that's what it was doing to me when I was watching it. I was
Yeah.
going, what you know,
Yeah.
babies talking and fart jokes and
Lovely. Ah,
uh,
yes. Um, Jim Jam was a TV. I highly recommend World of Books as their stocks change
yeah.
daily. Yeah, it's true. They're wonderful value, and the big thing is the postage. There's no postage.
Unless you want it aired tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're not bothered at that price.
No.
No. Um, Jim Jam was in TV. I went to see Harold and Purple
Purple Crayon.
Crayon with my daughter yesterday. Was pretty decent. I don't know. What's that one? Is that a new film that's come
Well,
out?
I mentioned that film in my blog because it was Lucy Loves. Is that the channel name?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, yeah,
Jim Jam introduced me to her, and
yeah.
I'm going through her back catalogue of films, and she's a very, very intelligent
She
lady.
is. I've seen her. Yeah,
And she
yeah.
went to see that film, and she said it was the worst film she'd ever seen in her life.
Oh, oh. Well, he said it's pretty decent.
And and all I said, and I think I said in my blog, I said the only thing I can say about that is that whenever somebody says something like that, I'm more intrigued to go and watch it than ever
Yeah.
to see whether it's as bad as.
But the real test is if his daughter liked it, then you're on to
Yeah,
a winner.
that's what I was
counts.
thinking. I was thinking
That's what counts.
it's obviously for aimed at
Yeah.
children of up to 9 or something.
Yeah.
Right? No, I'm the wrong person to actually talk about it.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah. Great. Tell you what, looks to me as though Dell's about to be run over by a speeding Enterprise, and the engines gonna take it, Captain. Yeah, I tried. I tried to do my Scottish accent there. Yeah.
well, that Yorkshire Scottish, was it? Jesus. Yeah, I mean, I must think of getting some better pictures. I'll think of something.
Yeah.
I just thought that was quite a nice one of the Enterprise there.
Yeah, it's okay, you know.
It's okay.
Tonio says, I can't get the Benny Hill tune out of my head now. Well, now we've ruined you now, haven't we?
Whenever somebody mentions Benny Hill, and I did this to you today.
Yes.
I always send them this little YouTube clip called the Benny Hill Suite.
Yeah.
And that's because whenever he used to do those fast acting little comedies where he sped up the film crank to make it look like you know, they were walking fast and all of that.
Yeah.
It was done in the goodies and all of that sort of stuff. there was 4 pieces of music stitched together that they did for all of those little clips.
Yeah.
And one of them is Mana,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And then you got give me that thing, give me that, give me that,
Yeah.
give me,
Yeah.
give me that,
That's
give me
right.
that, give me that, give me that. And then there's a classical piece of music in there as well, which is from Beethoven, I think. And anyway, it's all on a loop. There's 4 tunes, stitched together. And every time somebody mentions Benny Hill, instead of doing the sax, which is yakety sax, it's called yakety sax. That's the title for your music.
Yeah.
I love the sped up music best. I could listen to that on a loop all day and I'd never get bored of it. Brilliant. And they've never released the music.
No.
He did loads of albums. He used to sing little ditties and songs about, Milkman and Jolene and all
Well, yeah,
this.
that was a #1 hit. Ernie, the fastest milkman in the West.
He
Remember that one?
he sang a song about a girl called Sue, which isn't like a boy named Sue, but he used to bring out albums, and they were all sort of like poetry that he'd put to a piece of music.
Yeah.
He used to do them in sketches in his shows, like he'd have a bloke standing out in a field with a scarecrow or something, and he'd talk about farm and pasteurized milk and things like that.
Yeah.
I'm not very
I
good
do
at
remember that single though, because it got to #1. It could have even been at about Christmas time as well.
It was a Christmas film.
Yeah.
1970, isn't it?
It's something like that. It's very early 70s, yeah. Stephen Moles, Wizards of the Lost Kingdom 1985 and Wizards of the Lost Kingdom 2 1989 are 2 good films. That sounds like in those sort of
I've got a funny feeling, Stephen and Si are getting together to mention all of these films so I could do a retrospective or something on them.
Yeah.
They're all Conan based, sword and sorcery.
Yes.
Magic.
You can see the theme developing, can't you?
We're heading into Corman and all, Roger Corman eras and all sorts of stuff here. Wizard of the Lost Kingdom and Wizard of the Lost Kingdom 2. I think I've seen the first one, didn't see the second one, Wizard of the Lost Kingdom, but they all amalgamate into one a little bit. Do you know what I mean? Even Corman would do his old trick of making a film with all new footage, and then when he did a sequel of it, he'd take scenes from the first film and put it in the second one.
Yeah.
Notice, right? Because he was a tight bastard, like
he was. Yeah.
He came to cost cutting. The amount of effects that they took out of Battle Beyond the Stars is unbelievable. It was just in every science fiction film he ever did from that moment onwards, and an effect nicked from that film.
Oh dear. Jim Jam Movies and TV Network put some great Blu-rays out.
They did.
Yeah. Well, we'll probably be good at this new lot of taken over. They might start. Well, they have, haven't they? They've already started issuing some of the network titles, so maybe they'll put out more of these films on Blu-ray that they did. Because it wasn't just series, was it? They did films as well.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Which I showed that Hammer film. That,
they were just the thing about network that's disappointing for me is just that they were just getting into their stride with Blu-ray. They'd been known for all of their quality DVD stuff.
Yeah.
And they were starting to clean up the images and put them on Blu-ray and get them out there. And then they died.
Yeah. Because I got that Hammer House of Horror on Blu-ray, and it wasn't that long before they went under.
That's what I mean.
That was one of the last ones. I was lucky to get that because I love that series. But I think they might, we might get all these re-released again. If people missed out. But
£10 more expensive.
£10 more. That's
£10 more expensive than what they were originally. Yeah.
Yeah, and I suppose if you can't get hold of them, then that's how it is.
The other disappointing thing for me is they're bringing out the stuff that's still easily available to get
on network
label, right? If they were to bring out the ones that were just coming out when they went under, and now here's the Blu-ray ones, and you can pick them up. And it was a tenner, and it was still an extra tenner. I'd have bought them.
Yeah,
I'd have bought those Tony Curtis, Roger Moore. What was it? The protect. Oh, I forgot. The Persuaders. Anyway, I'd have bought those because it was the last thing they brought out before they went bust. They brought out versions of them, and of course, hardly anybody managed to get them before they went bust.
Yeah, I remember Playtendo guy.
He did a review of it,
and I remember him showing those ones that they went just before bust.
He had a promotional copy come through.
Yeah, yeah.
And I said, "You lucky bastard! He got the book and everything, right?"
Yeah.
And there I was, just about to want to get it, and it wasn't even ready. And then they went bust.
Yeah.
And you're going, well, bloody hell! I was getting all excited. Of course, my friend Denny was then mortified because he wants Sapphire and Steel on Blu-ray.
Yeah.
He was in enough. He was going into enough forums to talk to people that were close to that project, and they were saying it's nearly a done thing. It's
wow. And then
but of course, then it never happened.
Yeah. But last week, I'm sure they issued about 4 Jerry Anderson series, didn't they? At the £10 more. This other company. But I know Captain Scarlet, which they released.
I don't know if anybody who's had I don't know if
even on second-hand market.
I don't know of anybody that's had a problem getting the Jerry Anderson stuff, because you just go to the Jerry Anderson site and they're always in stock.
Yeah. I had Captain Scarlet. That's the one that I've got. Really, I should get the Thunderbirds one. I've never got around.
The one I wanted, the Captain Scarlet, was that there was a special edition that had or it came on 4 Blu-ray discs in a red presentation box with the art cards to the end stills in the box.
Yeah.
And it was literally about £10 more than buying them as individual Blu-rays, but they sold out like that.
Yeah.
And those picture cards are gorgeous because they're all that artwork, where you see him in peril, like falling out of a SPV, or those walls with the bloody stuff, where he's holding the walls apart, and there's bloody spikes giving at him, and the snake, they're tied up with dynamite sitting in front of him and all of that, with the famous music playing. I'd have loved all of those pictures. They sold at auction for thousands, by the way. Those original ones.
Yeah.
They went to auction. I think they were like 50,000 each. Some private collector got them for $30 million.
Yeah.
But I mean, those pictures were gorgeous. I grew up looking at those pictures at the end. The titles, I'd watch the titles go by on that show. Legitimately, I'd be singing the song Captain Scarlet, and all the words, and I'd be looking at those pictures going, wow, look at how Captain Scarlet looks painted. Bloody hell. It's all gorgeous.
Fantastic.
Love those years.
Yeah, I agree. Wonderful. Jim Jambos in TV. I reckon I have at least 150 network releases. I'd say that's pretty good. It's a very good collection. 150. And Tony says, as you mentioned the Collinson twins, Ian, do you and Del have a favourite Hammer heroine?
You like Raquel Welch, don't you?
Yeah, I would. Even though, she's not in the Hammer horror, but you can put her as a heroine.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. That's what you had mentioned. You'd go,
because I just love that film. As I've told you the story as a kid, looking at the poster. Oh, that poster! It just burns in your mind, doesn't it? It just, yeah.
Because that's I mean, if it wasn't the fact that you said, if you were talking horror, then it wouldn't be Raquel Welch. But even I would go, oh, you can't beat Raquel Welch, can you?
No, you can't, can you? It just stands out. Fred, It's just so much. I must admit, I quite like the Ingrid Pitt one of Countess Dracula when
Is that where she
she
bathed in blood or something?
yeah, yes, yeah. It's a later film.
And
I
they had
think.
to be virgins, otherwise she
Yeah,
wouldn't
that's
work.
right. Actually, I know this sounds a coincidence, but that could well be a network release as well, because there were a few. There were a lot of them are on Studio Canal. In fact, a majority are, but there were one
Yeah.
or two who were on. What's the one that begins with I? In what is it?
Ingrid Pitt.
Yeah, no, the label. There's one.
Oh,
They do have a
Indicator.
network.
Indicator.
In so my brain has gone totally.
Well, is it Indicator?
That's an Indicator. Yes, Indicator have a few Hammer titles, and so did Network. I'm sure Countess Dracula could well be on a network as well. But that poster, yeah. If I were to pick one out, I would think of that
Where's
one.
Mondo when you need him? I mean, if he'd
Yeah,
have been able to answer that in about
but,
15 seconds.
but yeah, Ingrid Pitt was a beautiful woman, and on that Countess Dracula, yeah, that's quite an outstanding. And I suppose Vampire Lovers as well would be pretty outstanding as well.
Romana from Doctor Who's in Vampire Circus, isn't she?
Yes, yeah. But
Maybe
that's my
another
answer
role
for
there.
a heroine. I think if I don't count Racco Welsh, it would be Ingrid Pitt.
Mine's going to be a snap. That's the same for me.
Yeah. There you are. We agree on something.
Well, we always do. I thought you were going to turn around and say any of them that show their breasts. That's the ones I like.
We agree on them, yeah.
Not being sexist or anything, but if they did take their top off, I generally was.
And of course, Ingrid Pitt's a great, she's in Where Eagles Dare, for goodness sake, which is one of my all-time favorite films. She's a great Ingrid Pitt, and she's with John Pertwee in one of those films, the compilation ones. Yeah, it's rather funny, that one with John Pertwee. Yeah. Cy Robson, Dave Allen thought repeats were horrendous, so he had a contract stating that none of his shows could be repeated. So it's reported that the tapes were destroyed. That is absolutely fascinating.
Is that true?
Might explain? I don't know.
Well, it's just that I'm sure I've seen whole episodes repeated, even if it's just one whole episode or something.
But the BBC might have archived off maybe one episode, because they might have said, "Oh well, we have to do this," because I think often they have to have an archive. This was back in the day. I mean, they probably now everything would have been archived, because don't forget what happened with Doctor Who. Doctor Who originally, they got rid of them, but they just had the odd, like say, 3 doctors that says an important one that can be archived off.
Yeah, but if you read what it says Dave Allen thought the repeats were horrendous, so he contracted, he stated, don't repeat them, and I've seen repeats. So it's reported that the tapes were destroyed. If you go on YouTube, you'll see no end of stuff, and they're not all from his TV series, because some of them are in front of a live audience, and he's doing his stuff, his later stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that that if there was a contract for that, they'd have to still stipulate that, even though he's dead.
Yeah.
So
interesting.
Would they have destroyed them? Unless, I mean, how can a person have so much power that it says, "Oh, by the way, I did that for you, but I thought that it was so bad, I want you to destroy all my work." You've just paid him to do it all, and now you're saying I'm also going to take away you actually being able to repeat them for money. I don't think that. I'm not saying that isn't the case. I'm just saying, wow, that person had that much power that he could actually control the BBC and tell them to destroy the tapes. Wow, I am surprised.
Yeah,
I wouldn't put it past it. Dave Allen was a powerful person. But
Yeah, yeah,
the media were always against him.
yeah,
It was like he went too far with saying certain stuff,
yeah.
or
And
it was a bit too tight. Um,
I know his religious. A lot of people were very offended by his religious stuff. See, he loved having a go at religion, and
he
he
did
was
a
brilliant at
he
it.
did a really famous skit, and I remember it really well. Two famous skits. One of them was teaching a child the hands of a clock. And he's saying, the
Yeah,
big hand goes around
yeah,
like this, and the little hand, and when it reaches 5, that's 1 o'clock. Well, and all of that sort of stuff. There was that. The other one was about the stupidity of signs.
yeah.
That one I remember the best, because it was like he was talking about signs like this is not an entrance or an exit. Well, how stupid that is. There's a door, and above it
Yeah.
says this is not an entrance or an exit. What the bloody hell is it then? They went live girls dancing. That one was the one that annoyed him the most. Live, what are they? Stiffs on elastic? You know what I mean? And I used to think of all of that that's a play on words, and that's why I like, this place is prone to being underwater. So how would you see the sign then?
Oh.
You know,
Oh.
you know what I mean? This car park is prone to flooding, and that he used to do, so you wouldn't see the sign if it was, and all that sort of stuff. You just did all those jokes. I thought they were brilliant. All brilliant. Dave Allen, what a lost talent.
Oh yeah, fantastic talent.
I'm going to keep it short now because we've got to get through some of these comments.
Yeah. What we've got here? We've got Alteki Nassas. Hello, my dear great friend Ian Hill. I hope you have a great, wonderful day and evening, blessed with accomplishments, achievements, success, love, joy, and happiness. Thank you very much. Pugwall, evening, gents.
Hello,
Hey,
Pugwall.
hello. And I was reading Robin Asquith's book, and he was saying if Benny Hill hit in the USA earlier, it might have allowed some of the adult UK comedies to take off over there. Interesting, yeah.
So I see where he's going with this. What he's saying is that all of the stuff that he was doing in the 70s with the Confessions movies might have been more acceptable over there if Benny Hill had made an earlier impact in the States. Because I think it was 1980s where stuff was starting. Well, he found out that his stuff was watched by millions of people in America, and he didn't even know about it. And he went over there and did a couple of specials. But it's amazing. Every time I look for Benny Hill in America, they only show one special.
Yes.
I haven't seen it, and yet they keep telling me that he did more than one.
Yeah.
But I can't find them. I can only find this one. And it contains a skit that he did before where he's traveling around. It's how to pick up women or something. And it shows him trying to have a big car and all of this sort of stuff, and it's set on the streets of New York. And that's where I thought that was very quaint, him being in New York and all of that.
How long were these specials before he died then? Were they near
I'm saying I have only ever seen one American one.
Yeah.
He did. This is where I only know a little bit. And Jim Jam needs to step in, and we'll have him on. We've got to have him on to talk about this, because I'll tell you, it's silly this, because he'll be much better up on it. When he went over from the BBC to ITV, I think they did one-off hour specials. Those hour specials were made into a Benny Hill film. There is an hour and a half film of Benny Hill.
Yeah.
And then it turned into a series of episodes that were half an hour long from around about 72, 73, all the way through to where they cancelled him in the late 80s. Was it 89? Something like that. I don't know quite year he died.
Actually, that's quite a long time, 89, isn't it?
Well, what I'm trying to say is it's 80s when he died. And the one story that I know about is that he died 3 days after Frankie Howerd, or 3 days before. They died within 3 days of each other. And it was one of the most saddest weeks I ever remember because Frankie Howard is one of my heroes. Benny Hill's one of my most loved, watched shows as a kiddie. And these two died within 3 days of each other. And the sad thing about Benny Hill was it looked like he'd died days earlier and nobody had even known that he was dead.
Oh,
he was that much of a recluse.
Yeah.
And then there's all that horrible stories about how much money he left and that nobody got a penny and all of this sort of stuff. And, you know, the Hills Angels were, you know, there's that famous Hills Angel that was in all of his shows. What's her name? Sue something or other. Sue. Oh. Anyway, she always bigs him up in the brightest light that you could ever have, and all the others don't tend to do that.
Yeah.
They're all there going, his humor was rancid and old hat and bad even when it was original, and yet this guy was watched by millions and millions and millions. The people that are talking down about it are just talking about it because it's trendy to talk badly about it.
You've spot on there. Spot on. Yeah. I mean, for me, it was something we grew up with. That's it. That says it all. I mean, it's something the family sat round and watched. Family.
I think some of those comedians that actually have said bad things are actually now biting their lip a little bit. They're not totally going in one direction and saying we were totally wrong, but they are saying, I do see it now that he never won. He never got the girl. It was all schoolboy humor, and all the time the girls always beat him. So he never won. Where they were always saying that he was just a pervy old man. And, you know,
there was a lot of slapstick humor as well, you know, in those things. Oh, no, it wasn't.
What was it? Was it? I've forgotten who it was. I think it was Chaplin that said it was his favorite clown, or was it Marceau? You know, the mime person. One of them said that Benny Hill. He actually accepted an award off of them.
Yes, I think I
can't remember what it was.
I think
I mean, this is a class person. I mean, so I don't like that.
Right. Mark Fletcher, Ian and Del, what Doctor Who characters did you wish had been given more TV time? It doesn't just have to be a companion or unique personnel. It could be baddies or monsters as well.
Go on, then.
I think I know they did come back in later years, but I think a lot of people always wanted the Zygons to return because they were such an ingenious kind
they did, though, didn't
monster. They did return later with this new lot, didn't they? New series. But they never came back in classic Doctor Who, did they?
No.
But I thought they were genius. You know, you wonder now, why didn't they come back? But that's one that always, you know, going back, I remember thinking at the time, I thought, oh, these are really good. The idea that they could duplicate, it was a great idea. But they never carried it on, did they? Until modern day. Yeah. So that would be mine. Even though they did bring it back. But if you look at classic Who, that was one who stood out for me, the Zygons. Have you got any more that you might
Not
like?
really, because I mean that one stands out to anybody that watches classic Doctor Who, because we all know that was one that they had an iconic look.
Yes,
it was. I mean, it was ahead of its time. I mean, they did actually look like aliens.
Yes,
and they were painted so lovely and all of that sort of stuff. You know, and you wondered to yourself, you spent so much money developing those, and you never used them again. It's like, why? So I mean, you've basically knocked it on the head with that one because they were iconic. They were on every front cover of every annual book.
They were,
For me, I'd have liked to have seen another story where the Doctor faced the spiders.
Oh, yes, the giant spiders.
Yeah, they weren't done particularly well in that closing story because of technology and money and all of that sort of stuff. I never knew whether the Doctor was scared of spiders or scared of something about that cave or the crystal or something.
A lot of people think it's the crystal.
He had to face his fear, and he faced his fear, and it was always he was always facing fear in the front of this great big huge spider. And I went, so is Doctor Who afraid of spiders then?
Yeah.
Because what was in that cave that was his fear, other than that crystal? And he was carrying that crystal around with him for bloody episodes.
He was.
He actually stole it about 5 episodes before that bloody.
Yeah, he mentioned it quite a bit, didn't he?
So what exact? So I'm still now lost. What was it that he was fearing?
Yeah.
So I'd have liked. So I thought that the spiders that attached themselves to the back of Sarah Jane looked gorgeous. You know, she had there's an iconic picture of her on her back, and there's a great big spider hanging off of her back like a rucksack. And I thought that looked great. But then when they moved and they put them on blips and they were just sort of jiggling up and down, they looked crap. And the only spider story that they did later on, which was with Jodie Whittaker, was awful. It was an awful story.
I can't remember it.
So that was atrocious. I'd have liked to have seen more about the spiders.
Yeah.
I think David Tennant had a big spider story as well, didn't he? Where they were living in the center of the earth. And she was called Arachnis.
Oh.
And it had Donna in it, I think.
I can't remember.
Yeah. But I mean, I'm not very good at this because
it's funny, the modern though, I don't remember half of it.
We've all seen we've seen lots of the Ice Warriors, we've seen lots of the Cybermen, the Daleks. Whenever people are talking about what about the Daemons, then there isn't really an antagonist in the Daemons. It's just that statue that comes to life, and that's not really something that you'd want more airtime on.
Yeah.
Green Death are just green maggots.
I must admit, the Daemons is one of my favourite episodes.
The Ark in Space and an iconic big ant.
Roger Delgrado is just perfect in the Daemons. He's so good in that episode.
Again, you don't want more airtime for the Master, but what I'm trying to think of is if you were thinking about creatures that were iconic that were in your mind, I love the ant type creature that was in the Ark in Space.
Oh yes, that
but again,
yes.
But again, I don't remember too much. I think there's nothing really that they. I mean, if it moved, it looked awful.
Yeah.
And then of course you've got all the the invisible enemy. Oh, what about? I'll tell you what I'd like more of the robots one, Robots of Death. Those.
Oh yes, one of my favorite stories. Robots of Death, great story.
Those masks were iconic, and
it's Art Deco kind of design. It's wonderful. It's brilliant.
So that's a definite. I'd like to see more of the Robots of Death.
That's a good answer. Robots of Death. Yeah. Mind you, I don't want this new lot to bring them back. Oh my God! Can you imagine what they do? Ruin it. I mean, they've ruined Sutek, so they can't ruin that. Sue Moss, there is 2 more DVDs of Dave Allen, Ian. Dave Allen in Australia and Dave Allen live on Live. Really? Oh, I must have missed them. I just had a look at those. So in Australia. Yeah. Tony Hawk, I think Liz Shaw should have had more than one series with the Third Doctor. She was more of an intellectual equal for the Doctor than many companions.
But it was her decision to leave, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Yeah. I think
if you're not going to give me anything more to do than scream.
She did regret it, I think, afterwards, but it was too late.
She said she enjoyed her time.
Interview I read, she did.
She did say she enjoyed her time, and to be quite honest, my all-time favourite John Pertwee story is in that first season, and that's Inferno.
Yeah.
Inferno is such a great story. I mean, that's
Yeah,
how can the actors not have fun in Inferno when
yeah,
you're playing an opposite of yourself? You know, you got the brigadier
wonderful.
with an
Yeah,
eye
yeah,
patch, and then the normal brigadier, and all of that.
yeah, yeah.
To be
It
quite
is classic story. Um, do you know what is sad? Is how many companions are no longer with us, and Liz Shaw's another one. I've forgotten the name of the actress.
yeah,
She's no longer with us.
yeah,
Um, there's not that many left, which is really sad at classic, that era.
yeah.
Uh,
Well, I mean, you've got Padbury. She's dead now, isn't she?
yes, yeah. Oh, oh no, I thought she might be. Her
It's one of
place
those.
Zoe.
Yeah, it's
Zoe
one of
one
those.
is
It's
still
one of
alive.
those, isn't it? It's the
Yeah.
one who was in. It's the one who's in Fury in the Deep and all of those early ones, and
Oh
she
yes.
was.
Um.
She's the one who's dead, isn't she?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, Padbury was Zoe. She was in the set. She was in the last season of Patrick
Yeah.
Troughton era, wasn't she? She was the mathematician with the tight.
That's right. Yeah, she's still
Tight-
alive. Yeah.
yeah.
Right. Let's have a look.
Okay. Yeah.
Mark Fletcher, Tony Hawk, good one. Cauldron of Stardust. Del, would you make a thrash metal song about Spider-Man fighting Doctor
Oh no,
Octopus?
Cauldron started saying Dell would make a thrash metal song.
Yeah, yeah, there you are.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
Or the Green Goblin. Yeah,
yeah.
that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Me doing a thrash metal song.
Eh,
I could get somebody who I know, to play electric bass and get electric guitar and have long hair and start banging their heads together like this. Yeah, this is what they want. Chris Tarrant, and then a Chris Tarrant voice. Yeah. And
right.
wonderful to see Cauldron as well. Cauldron of Stardust.
Oh, right.
What a great character he is.
Tony says, watched a couple of good comedies. Ladies Who Do, 1963, with Peggy Mount. Wow, there's a name. Robert Morley, Harry H. Corbett, about cleaning ladies making big profits on the stock market by getting insider info from bits of paper they find in offices while cleaning. That rings a lot of bells.
Well, I think it's the storyline, because isn't that storyline also in what was it? It was the Only Fools and Horses spin-off, something and Chips, Rock and Chips, where Dell's mother worked for the council, and she got lots and lots of paperwork about planning permission and all that sort of stuff. So that's the same thing as cleaning ladies working in the Bank of England that would then be able to tell you insider information about what's going up and what's going down. So it's an old adage, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I think I've actually seen that film, because I've seen a lot of Harry H. Corbett films.
Yeah, and Peggy Mount's a name, isn't she?
Oh, Peggy Mount's is classic from 60s and 70s.
Yeah.
I can see her now and her voice.
Yeah, you can hear her now.
Right, booming rat bag she was.
Well, she played those parts really well. Steve Moles, one DVD set that I own, which at one stage was rare as hell. Now you can buy it for about £25 plus about £15 postage and packing from Australia. The Best of the Paul Hogan Show. Oh,
yeah.
Right.
Isn't it amazing how the BBC and ITV showed a lot of Paul Hogan, Kelly Monteith.
Oh God, Kelly Monteith.
All of these stand-up comedians. They had their great shows in Australia, and they started to show them over here at late night TV. And then, of course, Crocodile Dundee came out, and it was astronomical, his rise. And then all of a sudden, you hardly hear about them anymore. They had their shining light in the 80s, and then lots and lots of duds. And now you hear nothing about them other than their divorces from their current wives and all of that sort of stuff. I heard of Kelly Monteith a couple of years ago because he died. He died a couple of years ago.
I didn't know.
Somebody was turning around to me and said, "How do you remember Kenny Monteith? I said, because he was on BBC Two at the same
He
time as
was.
Gary. He was on
Yeah.
BBC Two at the same time as Gary Shandling show.
Yeah, I remember him.
I used to watch the Gary Shandling show, and what a great comedian he was, who's now dead.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember the Gary Shandling show because he didn't have a theme tune, and it actually went, "This is the theme to Gary show, the opening theme to Gary show." Gary woke me up and said, "Would I write his theme song?" I'm almost halfway finished. What do you think of it so far? This is the theme to Gary Shandling, and I thought, how iconic is that? In other words, he didn't even write the theme song. It's just about I rung him up, and here it is. And that's what tuned me into Gary Shandling. That was the humor. You see, I went, that's brilliant. Yeah.
Right. Tony York. Also, After the Fox, 1966, with Peter Sellers and Brett Eklund, a farce about a gold bullion robbery set in Italy.
Oh. I know so much about that film.
Yeah. Peter Sellers.
So after the Fox, he started to do some films co-produced in Italy.
Right.
The Fox is a well-known robber who nobody knows who he is. Right?
Yeah.
It's like Raffles.
Yeah.
Right. And he comes up with an idea of robbing a gold bullion that was going through this Italian seaside sort of like resort by filming a film there with a famous star, and the film would so distract all, because he had every single person in the town be an extra in the film so he could nick the gold bullion, and that was the story, right? I've got the vinyl record of that. After the Fox, I mean, Peter Sellers sings the opening track.
Oh,
yeah. He goes, "After the Fox, I am the Fox. Who are you? I am me. Who is me? Me is a thief." And that's Peter Sellers doing all of that. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant film. They used to show it on BBC all the time. Now you see next to nothing of it.
Yeah.
I watched it loads of times. I thought it was hilarious. All this, because they actually did the film, and then they actually released the film, and it's all bad footage. You know, the cameras, like the and all these extras, and they showed it to the town, and the town was going, "What's this?" It is brilliant. Tony York, thank you so much for that memory. I love it when people make my memory.
Yeah.
Come in, you know?
It's great.
This is what I'm here for. I love all this.
Stephen Moles, Ian and Delboy, have you checked out a guy on here called Kibu? He does covers of the Street Hawk and Midnight Express themes, plus Michel Jarre.
Jean-Michel Jarre.
Somebody who knows more about it than me.
I think I have, you know. I type in regularly things like Street Hawk cover, you know, something like that, right? Into YouTube. And there's no end of people that have got Tyros keyboards, electronic keyboards, you know, Roland keyboards, and they've done mixes where they play part of the tune and then they play the other part, they mix it together, and you see them you know, mostly it's a mashup of Airwolf and Street Hawk, or Airwolf and Knight Rider, and all of this sort of stuff. I might have seen them, Kebu, but it doesn't the name doesn't ring a bell. But I do love them because they sound, they get the iconic sound of the synthesizer, but then do their own slant on it. You know what I mean? It's like Street Hawk in the sound in the style of Duran Duran. You know what I mean? Can you imagine that? Street Hawk in the style of Duran Duran, how it'd be, you know. Some of these people that have done remixes try to get it as close to how the original was, because they've lost all the tapes on how they were done, how they were mixed. You know, all we've got is the recording that's actually in the episode themselves. So there's none of the original tracks. So you don't know what synthesizers they used unless you're a session player that was at the time doing the music. It's like a Y50. They got the whole of the Tijuana band or something together to do the theme tune again when the new Y50 came out a couple of years ago. They did the same music that was in the old 70s Y50 with Jack. But they got every single one of the original session players to do the music, come back and re-record. It's on YouTube. You want to see it? Here's how we got a Y50 theme, the new 2000s version of a Y50. And by the way, every single one here was in the original. All the trumpet players, all the trombone players, they're all. And I'll tell you what, the Hawaii 5-0 theme, what a theme. I don't think anybody doesn't know what that goes like.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
All I'd like to say is Midnight Express is a great film. I've seen it various times. It's just outstanding. And John Hurt, of course, is in it as well, which you can't argue with.
When are you going to do a review of that then?
I haven't got it. I'd love to watch it again. No, I haven't got it.
I'm just going to check. I'm just going to check now and probably send it in the post to you.
And now, Mark Fletcher, going back to keyboards in the 70s, okay, Deep Purple and Uriah Heep without their Hammond organ would never have been the same. Also, Rainbow's Tarot Woman from 1976 as the best keyboard intro ever. Yeah, Deep Purple did have that Hammond organ thing going for them. The early Mark 1. Yeah, the Mark 1 Deep Purple is very much so. And yeah, Uriah Heep, of course, yeah.
Elton John had a Hammond organ. All I was getting, I don't want anybody to get fixated with it. All I was saying was it was overused, I think, as an instrument. That's all. It ended up being in every in one track in every album or something had a Hammond organ in it. That was all. I love the Doors. I love Rainbow and all of that sort of stuff. Don't get me wrong. Gorgeous. I'm not trying to backpedal. I'm just saying I still totally believe it was one instrument. I mean, Stevie Wonder is famous for using a Hammond organ. It's got a great sound, but if you overuse that sound, it waters it down.
Yeah. I mean, I like Deep Purple Mark 1, but the Mark 2, once Ian Gillan takes the vocals, it's a different band then.
I know less about Deep Purple.
It's totally different. In a way, the early Deep Purple just bears no resemblance really to the Deep Purple that was, well known and it was so big. But it's always interesting to look at a band, how they begin and how they change. Pink Floyd are another good example of a band that how they changed before Dark Side of Moon. So yeah, that's always interesting to look at that. Tony says Del would have had to build another story on his garage to store those VHS. I'm sure he would, yes.
have to have an elevator. About 4 floors, four.
You'd be the tower block.
Yeah, I own the top 4 levels of the Chrysler building or something.
You'd have had neighbours complaining about that tower next door. What's that bloody tower block?
Yeah, can you imagine if I got the butler out of Trumpton to go and get me the tape from the room, and he'd be walking along that to go and get that. By the time he'd come back, I'd have watched one film.
Oh yeah, just imagine a world of VHS only. Yeah. Actually, so wouldn't it be good if somebody could be really inventive and do a program like that? Do it. Just an interesting sort of story about what if in the world, all sorts of things. It would make an interesting idea. Definitely. Steve's Gaming, Tony York, Ladies Who Do is a really great film. Ladies Who Do.
Yeah, remember we were just talking about it, Ladies Who Do.
Yeah. Cy Robson, if you have Netflix, can I recommend the documentary Tell Me Who I Am. It's about twins in which one completely loses his memory in an accident. Oh, so the other has to teach him his life. I cried
Wow.
watching it. That sounds very emotional.
Is that a real life thing? Is
Yeah,
that
it sounds like it. Yeah, Tell Me Who I Am.
wow?
A
It does sound, that
documentary.
sounds cracking.
Netflix. That sounds very powerful.
Yeah,
Really.
I like Netflix stuff, to be
Yeah.
quite honest.
Yeah. Um. Oh, we got through the lens. Hi,
Hey!
fellas. Hi, both. We're all right. We're right
I,
grand.
I met
Thank
up
you
with
for
Through
coming
the
on.
Lens
Yeah.
on Saturday.
Yeah. That's why
Pete,
I saw you. Yeah.
Pete.
Oh,
Oh, did you really? Oh, Pete sent me a
yeah.
little
Thank you
message,
for coming on. Yeah.
and I went, oh yeah, I'll come
Yeah.
bloody hell, because obviously Pete was the first person I went on as
Yeah.
into a chat room with,
Yeah.
and there was Josh Through the
Yeah.
Lens.
Yeah.
I went, bloody hell, fella, where you
Yeah.
been?
Fantastic.
He's done some great reviews recently. There's one that I think everybody should watch. It was about Borderlands, the new film Borderlands.
Oh, that Borderlands. Yes.
Because he's doing it in a sort of way that I think is sort of like susceptible to me. It's like, how can you have a series, a game that's got quite a lot of flair, and ruin it so
Yeah.
badly?
Yeah.
Now, obviously, I always when I listen to a review, I'll go, well, I'll make my own decision on it. But it's nice
Yeah.
to get an opinion from somebody else, right? And that's what I
Yeah.
want to. So he happened to mention and say, look, you have to sort of like look at these things on how Hollywood do these things, and this film was 6 years in production,
Yeah.
right? And it took 6 years, and then when it came out, it's garbage. Now, I don't totally agree that a film that's got a bad production from about 6 years ago would be totally bad, because you've got to remember, if you go back 6 years, that's COVID, writers' strikes, all sorts of
6
stuff.
years is a long time now.
But
Right?
I totally agree with what he says, in the fact that they wanted to make an R-rated film. They filmed a lot of R-rated stuff. Somebody came along and said, make this a 15 or a PG. Cut a load of crap out of it, and then made it an arse of a film, because because you can see the cut so blatantly with how they filmed together. In other words, it makes no sense. And so you've got, again, studio interference. And I'll tell you what, I'm not going to say any more, because I'd rather let people watch that review, because if anybody's got a damning thing to say about that particular statement, it's going to be about Cuckoo Land, because that's how many films are destroyed, is when it has an image and an idea, and they film that idea, and then someone comes along and butchers it.
Now
you can take all the rest of it like a pinch of salt, like the actress says, I can't even remember doing it, all of that sort of stuff. They might not have said that. They might not want their name on it anymore, all of that sort of stuff. So they might then poo-poo their own work, or side with people that, because it's getting such bad reviews, that they then side with them by saying, do you know what? I can't remember even doing it. If that would have been a film that was released 5 years ago, she'd have probably been screaming from the rafters how wonderful the film is. You see, so I take some of it with a pinch of salt, but I tell you what, I can't fault Josh and his review. Spot on. Most entertaining thing, one of the most entertaining and knowledgeable things I've seen.
It's worth checking out. And Danny says, through the lens, hi. Tony York says, Steve Gaiman, yes, I really enjoyed it. Through the lens, The Guardian just gave Alien Romulus a 2 out of 5. I'm going to take that with a grain of salt, because Bradshaw hates everything, but I'm nervous for it now. Will you be seeing it?
What are you going to say? I'm going to let you go first here.
Well, I'd love to, but you know me, I can't. I don't go don't go out much anyhow. So, but as soon as I can see it,
yeah,
as soon
Josh
as I can
knows
see it, get hold of a copy. As soon as it go on streaming, I suppose, pretty quickly, then I'll be able to download a copy somewhere.
Well,
And
Josh knows
I'm looking forward to it.
Josh knows my answer with this, and I didn't
Yeah.
mean to interrupt you there. It's just that you said you're going to watch it on streaming, and
Yeah.
that's fine. It's just that he says here that Bradshaw hates it and that he's giving it a score of 2 out of 5. And the indication here is, do I take what people say as a reason for me not going to the cinema? And my answer to that always is no. If I fancy going to see a film, I'll go and see a film, and I'll try not to listen to what anybody's saying about it, so that I go in with a fresh pass, sort of like I'm painting a picture, a blank canvas for me to make my own opinion of it. That's the bad side of critics sometimes, really. I'm sure the person doesn't want to badmouth a film, and might be so hurt by the fact that he or she was looking forward to it, that they give it a bad review. But according to this, it says Bradshaw hates everything about this. I suppose what he means is the director of it. It says because Bradshaw hates everything. Oh, right. No, he actually hates everything. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So he doesn't give anything really above a 3.
No, he's a negative reviewer.
So I tend to sort of like avoid critics that are like that. I like a more rounded. Something.
I always say ultimately, it doesn't matter what a critic says. If you like it, then that's fine. That's all right. If you don't like it, that's fine. And of course, sometimes we're at opposites with people. People, you think, oh, crack, everybody seems to love this film, but I don't love it. Or other way around, people don't like a film and you think, oh, I actually love this film. It's how it goes. That's how it is. Nothing to get worried about,
I'm still looking forward to it. It's one of the highlights of this year. Just because some critic has come along, I won't be listening.
I'm looking forward to it because I'm hoping it'll be in my top films that year. I'm hoping, but we don't.
You never know. Everybody's talking about A Quiet Place at the moment, and agreeing with you on A Quiet Place. So
yeah. And I won't give a Maxine lecture again, but my views on Maxine, absolutely love it, adore it.
How many times have you seen that now? Shouldn't you be moving on to something new?
I'm just waiting. I can't wait for it to come out. But I've typed in, and you're right. It's December. We've got a long time to wait, haven't we? December.
What I'm trying to say is, I'm sure there's other stuff that you've been pending.
Yeah, there is.
You keep going back to watching a digital copy of Maxine. By the time it comes out at Christmas, you won't watch it. You won't take it out the wrapper. You've seen it that many times.
It's true. I'm just a bit potty at the moment. But I get obsessed with films sometimes. I think, oh, crikey, this film's so. I just go over the top. But there we are. And usually I tend to do it because if I see people thinking, oh, everybody's not liking this film, it kind of encourages me even more. It's just a side of me that comes out. Right. Oh, this is interesting. Shocker starred the guy who played Skinner in X-Files. I'm loving the X-Files, and Skinner is really starting to be a big part of X-Files now. Very different type of character, because I've not seen him in much at all. And I think he's a Canadian actor, and I'm sure he's appeared in lots of TV things. But that's interesting. Shocker. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I know Detective Skinner, and I've seen Shocker.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think. Yeah.
Danny Dukes, I have a Discord. Yeah, there you are. There's your Discord.
Danny, why don't you let us know what it is?
Yeah.
Somehow.
Through the lens, I look forward to joining the server, Delboy. There you are.
Yeah, like I said, Danny is currently looking to make sure you're okay at the moment.
You need to get this going, whatever it is. I think you might have a lot of people interested in it.
Yeah,
which is good. people who actually want a decent discussion, and which is good. Like we get here.
I want a community where people
Yeah.
can sort of like say, "Look, I've just heard that
Yeah.
tomorrow's the day that this is going to be released," or
it's like we've got a great community here who come every week to listen to us go on. This is what we want. Us wittering on. Yeah. Danny Jukes. Del, I would join it. You see, Danny would. It's great.
I'll try and get it completed by Sunday.
Yeah.
And then I'll put the server address up in the description of my blog on Sunday. I'm definitely going to give you an account anyway, Ian.
Yeah. Okay.
I know that you'd need a little bit of, but I definitely want you as a founder.
Yeah.
There, just like I'd like Mainmeister and Steve as founders.
Yeah.
Because they've been around and supported me for years and years and years.
Yeah.
And then obviously as I get to know people, maybe I'll drop all these are administrators, these are VIPs, because at the end of the day, I want everybody just to be the same level and like each other. It's just I've got to have something moderated because I can't have people inflaming or trolling, and I'd like the people to have the ability to kick them out.
Get rid of
and because there's always going to be that going on.
Yeah.
And of course, I'd have it open to everybody. I'd have it open to, friends, friends of friends, old friends.
Yeah.
Because I'd like it to be something that would grow and people can just relax with no headaches. That's the thing. I don't want headaches,
Yeah. Steve Gaming says, sounds great, Del. I'm in.
Brilliant.
Mark Fletcher, New Nightmare was the last Elm Street film Wes Craven directed. It was one of those metal type movies that blurred reality with the film world. Oh yeah, I think I vaguely remember now.
Yeah.
Wasn't
it after Freddy versus Jason? They did a New Nightmare, wasn't it? Is that how it went? This is where I wish Nigel was here.
Is that where you get the actor meeting the characters in the film? Is it right?
I think it was.
Yeah.
They got Robert Englund in for the last time.
To be honest, I didn't really. I know. I just didn't like it that much, as I remember. Maybe it's something I should look at again, but
I knew more. I wish I knew more to actually talk about it.
All I remember is like in 1 and 3, and the others are a bit of a blurred. A bit of a blur.
Yeah.
And then Mark Fletcher, I was surprised when working my way through the big Laurel and Hardy box set that there were foreign versions of some of their films. I was very impressed. They did them in those languages, not dubbed.
Yeah, and they learned those languages as well.
Yeah, so they paid actors to do the dialogue. It was fantastic.
Yeah, they actually did their own dialogue in their own voices for the foreign countries. Because at that particular time, you see, music, the film was mixed against the timing of a record because it's early sound.
Yeah.
So of course they only had to do the audio on another vinyl and send it. It was dubbing the lip sync.
Yeah.
Would have been hard for them back then. But there's a big documentary about them that the Magic of Laurel and Hardy, which is a 2-hour documentary, which I bought. On DVD, it even costs 20 quid. It's bloody expensive.
Yeah.
It's a gorgeous documentary, and it explains that they were very big on giving the true Laurel and Hardy experience to all the people that are in Europe. They were big on that.
Yeah. This is Through the Lens. Watched a Netflix documentary today called Daughters that premiered at a film festival recently, and wow, beautiful doc. Really recommend it.
I wonder what it's about.
Read on Netflix, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and I mean, I take it it's about daughters, but I
Yeah,
don't know what. I wonder what it's about. Is it about
yeah,
weird daughters, evil daughters, funny?
yeah, yeah,
In my head now, I'm going. If Josh
yeah,
has seen this and he says it's good, it's going to be good, right?
yeah,
But I wonder what it's what it's
yeah,
about, other than the obvious. It's about daughters, you know?
yeah. Yes. Um, Tony Hawk. Just seen Irene Handel as Mrs. Hudson, Sherlock Holmes' housekeeper in The Private Life of Sherlock Holmes,
Yeah,
1970. Ah, yes.
she did a number of
Yeah,
appearances. Irene
yeah.
Handel.
Um, Tony Hawk, that's another Sorcerer film with Roy Schneider. Oh, yes. Not the T-Gun one, or Tygon
Tygon, yeah.
1967 one with Boris Karloff. Yeah. A Roy Schneider one. That's later, 1971.
I've never seen that.
77.
I'll have to, because I've seen the Boris Karloff one and love it. So I really want to know now about the other ones, because if it's
Yeah,
anything like that Boris Karloff one, I'm
yeah.
intrigued.
Cy Robson says Sorcerer 1977 with Roy Schneider
Oh,
is the greatest film to flop. It was
wow.
released the same day as Star Wars.
Well, do you know what? That fills me with joy a little bit, because if it was the greatest film to flop because it was awful, then I don't. Then I'm starting to think, do I really want to see this? But because it was up against Star
Yeah,
Wars, then
then,
I'm not that bothered, you know, because
yeah,
I think history has proven that certain films have been should have got better, but they were released. But it's their timing that they were released that
right,
caused.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Like, some people have said, why didn't Goodfellas get an Oscar, and why did it go to this film and all of this sort of stuff? You know, it was robbed and all of this.
yeah,
I think one of the famous ones is Russell Crowe, and he didn't get an Oscar for that mathematician film. You know, where he's an autistic
yeah,
scientist.
yeah.
Oh,
I don't know. I can't remember.
Ron Howard film anyway, and
Yeah, yeah,
they all said you were robbed that year, and he went off and on a right, A Dangerous Mind, I think it's called.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And you know, all of these sort of things. So that Sorcerer film, I really am looking for that.
Yeah. Is this the one? And I remember in my record collection, Tangerine Dream. Is that the one that they did as the soundtrack?
No, I've got a lot of
Is it a
Tangerine
different one?
Dream albums,
Oh, is
but I
it
don't know.
Wages of Fear? I don't know on the Sorcerer. I just have
I'm
this
not,
image.
I
in my
like.
head.
I've got a lot of Tangerine Dream albums, so I
Yeah,
can't remember.
I just remember having that in my. I didn't have many Tangerine Dream albums, but that was one I'd picked up somewhere cheap,
Yeah,
and it was from the film.
yeah, because their
Yeah,
film stuff really isn't well liked,
yeah.
from
But
what I know. I mean,
is that the same film? I wonder.
possibly. I'm
Because
really looking forward to it.
it was also
If I
known as
find
the
if I
Wages.
find it, Ian, I'll send it to you, and we can watch it.
It
We can
has
watch
this
it together.
lorry. They're driving a lorry, aren't they, or something? That
You know more about it than I do, so I
yeah.
can't tell.
I just remember the image. Sometimes images stick in your mind. In my record collection, it did, and there we are. Yeah, Del, I just watched From Beyond the Grave last week. I got a foreign Blu-ray. I think it was Spanish. Ah, there you are. Yeah, it's difficult to get the Spanish edition. What? Steve came in.
Ian, can I just disturb you just for a moment?
Yeah.
There's a couple of things that are coming up in the next one that I'd rather you not read out. They're not very nice comments. And whoever that is,
Oh yeah, don't worry. I won't read them.
I'd rather them not be in here.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd be interested. I wonder who's behind that. Anyhow, sorry, but we won't. I won't discuss that now. Sorry. Yeah, Steve's Gaming 70s for sitcoms. Yeah. let's have a look. Mark Fletcher. I watched every episode of George and Mildred not too long ago. Excellent sitcom. I was surprised how risky the innuendos were for the time. That's interesting, isn't it? Sort of putting it in context of, yeah, innuendos at the time. Del, in my opinion, I was just about to ask, did Beastmaster have pet ferrets or something? And you just confirmed it. Yes. The pet ferrets. Oh dear. You remember that, don't we?
Like I said, I remember something about
Yes.
talking.
Yeah, I just the Beastmaster indeed. Let's have a look. Mark Fletcher. Do you remember Michael Benting's Potty Time? Yeah, I do remember that. The program in the 70s, which had us youngsters transfixed watching invisible battles being played out in front of very eyes in a sandpit. I just know of it. I didn't actually watch it, to be honest. Do you remember that then?
I remember Michael Benting's Potty Time.
Yeah.
They had those little characters sort of like in a high-pitched voice that he actually did the voices to, didn't he? But I don't, it's such a long time ago. It's one of those children's things where they haven't repeated it too much. And I just thought it was a very, very pleasant thing to watch, very funny. That's about it, really.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's one of those memory things.
Yeah.
On that one.
It's possibly a sort of a memory cheat that people think it's better than it actually was. I don't know.
Yeah.
That does happen.
I mean, I remember the theme tune. It goes, you know, it's sort of like a sea shanty sort of like type vibe to it. That's all I can really remember about it.
Steve, Mark Fletcher, I loved Potty Time. It was brilliant. Oh, there you are. So people enjoyed it. In American sitcoms, you get laughing, yeah, unless it's filmed in front of a live audience like Seinfeld was. Oh, right. It's also canned laughter, and my dad detests it in shows.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know there is that. Yeah, it's. Yeah. I mean, if we had it in this country, I think people would be really going mad about it. It was like sometimes it was just an accepted thing in American sitcoms, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's how it is. Yeah. Anything to add?
No, because because what I'm trying to say is that there's a debacle about whether canned laughter should be used. Only Fools and Horses did a couple of episodes where there was no laughter in it at all.
Oh,
if you watch them, it's sometimes sometimes it's really difficult because if it doesn't have the laughter track, you're doomed, and if it has the laughter track, you're doomed. So basically, it's really difficult then, therefore, isn't it, to say should you have it or shouldn't you have it? I think if it's false, then it's bad for the show. That's
yeah. Mark Fletcher. Steve's Gaming. If only all battles could be fought this way. Oh. Steve's Gaming. Hi, yes. Mark, what are some of your favorite movie posters? I'm an A1 size poster of The Land That Time Forgot, what film that is, on my wall, which I love. For some reason, it has a T-Rex in the water attacking a submarine. Oh.
Yeah.
Tony says, I remember going to see The Land That Time Forgot with my dad at Yeadon Cinema. Wow, Yeadon, by heck, I know where that is. My dad used to work at airport, which is quite near there. Yeah, Ian will know where that is. I do. Must have been about 10 at the time. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. There we are. A bit of Leeds
I
talk.
love the land that time forgot.
Yeah. Yeadon Airport. That's how I
I don't
remember. Yeah,
understand why.
Yeadon.
I don't understand why the land that time forgot and
Yeah.
a number of those films. Then he always turns around and says, "Why isn't there a Blu-ray or a 4K of these out now? Because they were very popular."
Mm.
And I have to admit, you know, like Warlord from Atlantis and all of those sort of films. What do you think? Do you remember Warlords of Atlantis and the Land That Time Forgot?
I've not seen them at the cinema, but I remember them. They're things that I've probably seen afterwards, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I know Warlords of Atlantis comes up quite a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Next one, Matt Fletcher. Tony York, you're about the same age as me. Every summer, Doug McClure would star in a film that ended with an earthquake going off. Yeah, the Doug McClure era. Because I remember first seeing Doug McClure um, in the Virginian. Do you remember that as a western opera
I remember the
in the
Virginian, yeah.
60s? And I know it because my granddad, he absolutely loved watching westerns, and he used to love the Virginian. And
See, I only really remember two, and they was because they were in color probably, and that
yeah.
was Bonanza and the High Chaparral.
Oh yeah, we watched that as well.
You know,
That was
obviously, I
good.
love the Lone Ranger and
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
forth.
Oh yeah.
Champion the Wonder Horse.
Yeah.
But
What
when it
about
comes to
Bonanza? Do you remember that?
when it comes to the Virginian, I don't remember it that
Yeah.
vividly. Is what I'm
Yeah.
trying to say.
Do you remember Bonanza?
Yeah, so I said
Yeah.
Bonanza, High
Yeah.
Chaparral.
Bonanza. Yeah. Yeah.
Wasn't the one called The Shootist?
Oh, was that like a spin-off from the film?
That's what I mean. I don't know. I
Yeah,
mean,
I don't know. I
I
don't
remember there was
remember that
something. I
one.
thought there was something called The Shootist.
Because westerns were really sort of in quite a bit, weren't they? And that's why I remember Virginia and High Chaparral. They were big programs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go back. Let's have a look here. Cauldron of Stardust. I remember seeing The Land Before Time in theaters. Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Danny Dukes. I got The Persuaders from the complete series on DVD from Network. Wanted The Professionals on DVD and the book and never got them.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
But like I said, I think that's the sad news about Network, wasn't it? Was that there was so many good stuff that I think that was going to be coming out, and it's now lost, gone.
Yeah, yeah. Tony says, Mark, yes, they are pure hokum, but such great fun. I think I slightly preferred People That Time Forgot. Tends to get forgotten about. That's why. Yes, I get the joke.
You see, for me,
you sneak that one in for me. Yeah.
Denny and I talk about those all the time, you see, because it's like I don't know how he saw them at the cinema, but I saw them at Cinema Club. We used to have a Saturday club where your mum paid 50 pence and you went in and there was 2 films plus a load of cartoons, included a drink or some popcorn or whatever it was. And every Saturday in the morning, you'd go down there and you'd watch something like Disney's Robin Hood and the Aristocats or something.
Yeah.
And the People That Time Forgot and all of those were ones that are on there. And the next time that I would see them would be a Saturday morning film during a summer holiday or something. And then they would stay in your memory. And then through the years, they get lost because nobody talks about them anymore. But as soon as somebody goes, oh, yeah, and then all of a sudden you're going, oh, and there was that one and this one and that one and all that sort of stuff, and you suddenly realize there was about a series of these, and suddenly they become popular again. But with these, they don't get popular enough to get them more recognition than they should have. That's my opinion, anyway.
Tony says Madeline Smith. Oh yeah, I forgot about Madeline Smith as Hammer #1 for me. And Mark Fletcher, Hammer heroine, Carolyn Monroe, of course. Yeah, hands down. I vowed to marry her when I was 10 when I saw her in At the Earth's Core. Sadly, she didn't wait for me to grow up.
She's now
around.
She's now does
very much around.
She fronts that movie drone thing,
and she does a lot of conventions. I think she pops up all over the place, and she did that introducing the film.
What I was trying to say about that, though, Ian, is I think the 100th episode of that show that she does on Legends is on the 16th. 16th, that's in 2 days' time.
Oh, right. Oh,
Cinema Club, that's it. It's called Cinema Club.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
But yeah, weren't she gorgeous in as a James Bond girl as well? You know, that flying that helicopter, bloody hell.
Yeah, fantastic. And advertising the rum, wasn't it? Do you remember the posters? Yeah, we used to enjoy those posters. Tony York, people that time forgot. I don't know how anyone could forget Dana Gillespie in that. Oh, another
Dana. Oh, people that time forgot
Dana Gillespie.
I can see her face now.
Yeah. Yeah.
She was in another film and it was bigger than those films. And I've forgotten what it is. Yeah. Sorry. Not very good with that one.
Saw Caroline Monroe in a Spanish horror from 1988. It's interesting. Howl of the Devil with Paul Nasky recently. Oh. And Tony York, Mark Fletcher, was you ever any good at guessing the words on Call My Bluff?
No, I can tell you that now. I was not. I can tell you that.
I wasn't, but I remember Frank Muir, wasn't it? With his dicky bow on, and it was all very genteel, and it was a very BBC Two at the time program, which we enjoyed watching, and I remember watching it. Yeah. Danny Dukes, Giuliano Piletti has done some great street hawk music, and his site has them so you can download them. There you are.
I've got a lot of
music.
I've got a lot of variations of street hawk. Yeah, I mean, it's Le Parc. That's what it's based on.
Yeah,
Le Parc. But it's great. I love that theme. I mean, the whole series to me was brilliant because of Tangerine Dream's involvement. So
yeah,
big fan.
Tony says, I always remember Robert Robinson on Call My Bluff host. Oh, well, am I wrong then? Oh, Frank Muir. I don't know. Also on Ask the Family. I remember him on Ask the Family. He seemed a bit of a know-it-all.
Yeah,
I know what you mean.
I think Magnus Magnuson probably had that badness as well, in the fact that he probably looked like he knew it all and that. But wasn't Call My Bluff one of the longest running quiz shows on the BBC at the time before it ended?
It could well have been, yeah.
That's all. I mean, I know the theme tune to it now. I can hear it.
Yeah, I can hear it. Yeah.
Did it go?
That's it. Yeah.
You know, so I mean, you remember, even though it's not like Family Fortunes and all of the rest of it,
But
that theme tune's burned in my head, so it must have been going for some time.
I don't remember Robert Robinson on Call My Bluff. I just remember Frank Muir. But maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe, yeah, but
Maybe I've got mixed up.
maybe it's because they interacted, or they basically, you know, they covered each other or whatever it is.
Yeah, yeah,
Call My Bluff
yeah,
having a person that checked.
yeah, yeah,
And Frank Muir might have been one of those ones that was called in,
yeah,
a little bit like they have in
yeah.
Countdown.
Frank
Or
Muir is the sort of presenter you would never have nowadays.
no,
Some of
no,
these
no.
presenters are just in a world of their own. um, Mark Fletcher, even as a kid, I was really good at the guess what's the object is on Ask the Family. Ah, yes. And through the lens. Thank you for the shout out, Delboy. I appreciate it. You're welcome.
Only
Delboy.
only speaking the truth.
Yeah. Through the lens, I enjoyed making the Borderlands video. It was a lot of fun. Look forward to making more videos soon. Well, keep making them. That's it. It's good.
That's the thing.
To see.
It's one of those things where you know, I like to see different types of reviews. That's all.
Yeah.
I don't like things to be in the same mold all the time. It's why it's why I've got a great appreciation to lots of people, you know, that we've all collaborated with Ian through the past.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, I try not to name names because I think it's a little bit unfair. I mean, anybody will know that you used to do an awful lot of stuff, you know, with Nigel and all of those sort of stuff. And all I'm saying to those is that they have great stuff. You know, so when somebody does something good, you shout about it.
Yeah,
that's it. I try to bring the community together. I don't try to rip it apart.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
I think if anybody turns around and says I try to rip things apart or communities apart, totally got the wrong end of the stick. I mean, how many times have I said I wanted to collab with people?
Yeah.
Yes, I've put people's websites in every single one of my videos, even if they haven't had anything to do with it. So you know that anybody that does that is basically is just being nasty for no reason.
Yeah. So. It's the way of the world.
Way of the world.
Yeah. Mark Fletcher, the reviews I've seen of the new Alien film by real Alien film fans are all positive. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Look, if you like Alien films, then I'm pretty sure a good time is waiting. That's what I would imagine. I think it is going to be. I think you've got to be positive on it, definitely. I sadly hated Maxine. Well, don't worry. You know, I'm not going to lose my wig. Oh dear, I ain't got a wig on. But no, that's fine. I'm quite. It doesn't worry me. Why would we? It felt like borrowed far too much from better films, Psycho, etc., and it made its lead feel like such a non-character. 3 out of 10 at best for me personally. That's fine. That's good. You know. I'm glad you got your own views on it. It's just I loved it, but everybody's different.
I'm still looking forward to seeing it.
Yeah, I do sometimes go over the top with things, but you know what I'm like. I mean, Infinity Pool last year, I couldn't stop saying how it was a great film, and guess who was in that? Mia Goth, which people might be saying, there's a bit of coincidence going on there, but yeah. I bought Furiosa. Brilliant disc and excellent film. Went an 8 to 9 for me. Have you guys seen it yet? Oh,
so this is Mad
my opinion on it, but ask Delboy first.
Yeah, this is Mad Max Furiosa.
I know. Yeah. Don't talk to yeah, go on then.
I've bought it, as you know, because it was in my blog. Keith from Euphoria Pictures has actually done an unboxing of it and screams loudly how wonderful it is. I'm really looking forward to watching it. He says it's a reference disc, and he's got such a high-end set of equipment that I could never doubt that it's not. So through the Josh here saying how good the picture is, I'm really looking forward to it now. It's one of those films that bombed, right? In the States, it cost something like 120 million, and it didn't even get 7 million on its opening weekend or something stupid like that, which I think is a disservice. And I think it was, a lot of people were saying it's because it didn't have Charlize in it. Theron, is that her name? Charlize Theron? Is that how you
I think
pronounce her
so.
name?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And it's told therefore from a different perspective, like a lady's perspective, where it therefore isn't a Mad Max film. But I think all the blurb says it's a Mad Max saga. It's in the Mad Max world. It's not actually involving Mad Max. Do you see what I mean? So why not make a series of films that's based in that universe? So I'm really looking forward to it. That's all I can say, Ian. I'm not going to say any more than that, other than there's so many people that that have told me how and have said how good it is. So yeah.
I'm afraid I've never really got on with all Mad Max movie thing, and I just don't get on with the films. And they seem to get worse. And that remake they did, I didn't like Mel Gibson. He's much better in a lot of other films than Mad Max for me. I know the first one and the second one are probably slightly better, but no, I just don't get it at all. I'm not into Mad Max. So Furiosa, I'm not bothered about, to be honest. I don't really care. It sounds horrible being negative, but people enjoy them. It's one of those franchises, I use that word franchise, but it's one of those things that people enjoy, and good luck to you. And everybody loves it, but I don't as much. I think it's overrated. It's like all the Rocky films, I easily live without them. Plenty more space on my shelves without these things taking up space. There you are.
Yeah. I wouldn't feel bad about using that word franchise. I mean, we all know, we all know that Nigel doesn't like the word franchise. But, however, I mean, my friend Denny pointing out, it says if you look at it, it says franchise means series of.
Yeah.
So as far as I'm concerned, I totally respect Nigel.
Yeah.
The fact that he doesn't like the word, because I agreed with him.
I mean,
when I think franchise, I think business, like printer print and that.
I just think, it's all personal taste, but I sometimes go against what everybody seems to like, and a lot of people I do know really love and enjoy, and good luck to you, but it's not for me really. I just think I just don't really, not interested in it really. Cauldron of Stardust. Nightmare on Elm Street New Nightmare was 94. Oh, it's much later, isn't it? A handful of years before Freddy versus Jason. And yes, it was very meta, with actors playing themselves and even coming across the film script in the film. Yeah, I just didn't like it that much, but so it's 94. Interesting. Anything to add?
You see, this is the thing where I like the Nightmare on Elm Street films, but I don't know enough of the history for me to actually comment on it. I'm afraid I'm looking forward, therefore, to the 40th anniversary edition that's coming out, and then for it to encourage me to sort of like watch more. Do you see what I mean? And then go back to it.
I presume then they're going to release them individually. I'd have thought that they should have.
That's the thing. I think some people are speculating. They would be mad not to do a 40th anniversary and not release it singularly, which we know that they're going to do. But also, what they should do is include that 40th in a big box set.
I think people perhaps were hoping for
not
that,
wait
weren't
until the 40th anniversary of Nightmare on Elm Street 2 and the 40th anniversary, because it would take too long for you to have a total 40th anniversary in one box.
We went.
Ah.
Oh, hello.
Hello,
we went.
Here.
We went like that. Yeah, we're back. We're back.
My picture's not pixelated or anything, so I'm okay from what I can tell.
But do you know those circles? We both went at the same time.
Well, that might be your side then.
Yeah.
Be careful with that.
We're here. We're still here. We haven't got rid of us yet.
Yeah, all I was saying, and I'll just summarize it up, is I was saying I think that they would be mad not to do a whole new box set of Elm Street stuff, which incorporates the 40th anniversary edition. I think it would be mental to wait until the last film in the series is at its 40th anniversary, because by then the other ones would be 50 years old.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, we'll have to wait until the end.
Not very good marketing, is it? That yeah.
So this is an ideal time, I think, to get everybody excited again about Nightmare on Elm Street, if they're not excited already, really.
Yeah. The first, I can't deny the first film is fantastic. And that takes some beating because, well, you can't beat the first film. Great. Danny says, just make sure the Discord link never expires. I don't know. You know.
Whenever you want to introduce somebody to a new Discord server, when you put an invite, you don't want it to have a time where it's only live for a week, because when somebody goes back to it, they'll find that they can't use it anymore.
Cauldron of Stardust. I thought it was okay, not fantastic, but a good horror movie. I don't know whether he's talking about Maxine or what on there.
I think he'd probably be more talking about the Nightmare on Elm Street. The one called A New Nightmare, possibly.
Yeah,
but I'm guessing on that. I don't know.
Yeah. Through Lens, Daughters is about inmates who get a daddy-daughter dance, as granted by the government, and is about them preparing for it. Such a heartbreaking film, but in a good way.
Oh, about inmates. Okay.
What's a daddy-daughter dance? I have no idea what that is about.
No, but that's what makes you want to watch the documentary.
Daddy-daughter.
So it's about inmates. It's government.
Yeah, maybe it's about that there must be something for their daughters that they can participate in or something.
I'm going to definitely watch it.
It may be to do with that. You know, these guys might be locked up for a long time or even life, and they might get a chance to be with their daughters. That could be it, couldn't it? I don't know. Tony Hawk, last night watched The Boys from Brazil. Oh, yeah, I remember that one. Gregory Peck, Laurence Olivier, and James Mason for the first time in many years. Very enjoyable. I remember that film well. It's fascinating, especially the... is that the scene? There's quite a bit of violence in it, as I remember. Certain violent scenes in it.
Boys from Brazil, yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting film, especially when I said the cat Gregory Peck. It was always interesting as well. Laurence Olivier popped up, and of course James Mason. What a character James Mason is! Wonderful actor. Wonderful.
I think I remember the trailer for it saying.
Yeah, it's a long time ago since I've seen it. A very long time. In fact, 1978 suggests to me that I must have seen it probably when it came out. Around that time it would have been, definitely, because I was going regularly to cinema then. Cauldron of Stardust, A Beautiful Mind.
It's not a dangerous mind.
Russell Crowe plays mathematician and Nobel Economics Prize winner John Nash. That's the one that you mentioned.
Yeah, I said Dangerous Mind. It's A Beautiful Mind.
Yeah. Those two Sorcerer films aren't connected. Here we are. The 1977 Roy Schneider one is a remake of the film I mentioned earlier. The French-made one, Wages of Fear. That's it. I was sorry, I was confusing, but there we are. Then remember I mentioned about the Tangerine Dream. It's not
Yeah.
connected with that one at all. Del, the Karloff film you watched called The Sorcerers, not The Sorcerer. Oh, there you are. Would it be, this is Tony says, would it be an idea to enable a few moderators to eject undesirables from the chat, Ian? Yeah,
That's
I
totally up to
don't know
you,
how to
Ian.
make moderators, but I would happily do that, Tony. Very much so.
Look,
Can you
I mean,
can
I'm
you
just
help
gonna,
me, Delboy, about this?
I'll try. Look, I'm just gonna end it here. Look, there is things going on in the background that people don't know. I'm not passive aggressive. The person that came in mentioned my name, my real name, which basically means it's somebody that knows me, and has put some rather nasty things together. I'm not inciting or doing anything nasty to anybody. I've got no problems with anybody. There was never any problem in the first place, but somebody is trying to make it bigger than it actually is. And all I'm saying about it is let's get rid of all the negativity. We don't need fighting out in the streets and all of this sort of stuff. People, what people have to understand is if I don't mention somebody in my blog, it's because basically I haven't seen something that they did this week, right? You'll notice that my whole blog is always about what did I watch this week. There's no malice or anything involved. I didn't get to watch something that week. The next week I might watch something from them. It's somebody that's putting two and two together and then basically then saying I'm a nasty person, which I don't like. I don't like anybody thinking I'm a nasty person. So as far as I'm concerned, it's dead. I don't want to talk about it anymore. There is no conflict, no nasty things going on. What I found out today from a number of people is that somebody is talking about me as well in Facebook and inciting in the ways that I've just said, talking in code. It's not nice to hear this. I mean, what have I done to take that sort of stuff on? I haven't got a nasty thing in my body, and I try to get on with everybody. And my whole blogs have all talked about collaborating with people and getting people that watch the computer side of my stuff, watching film side of my stuff. So why do I want to rip it apart? So I don't want to say anymore because this is Ian's channel. This is the time where we're supposed to have fun, and whoever did that as won by causing a conflict when there shouldn't be one. So if you want to pass on any message to anybody about something, take it on board what I've just said. I'm not passive aggressive. I'm not saying any nasty things. I've got no problems with anybody, including people that I've seen lots of channels on and shown lots of stuff before. As far as I'm concerned, they're still great people. Go and watch their stuff. Just because I haven't watched it this week don't mean it ain't bad. And I've never turned around and said, oh, don't watch this. Tell me one blog where I've turned around and said, don't watch this crap. Right? Doesn't happen. So that somebody was inciting stuff, and I don't like that. It has put a damper on my ardor a little bit, if you want to say, because people are my friends. Even to people I'm not really like talking that closely to anymore. They're still my friends as far as I'm concerned. That's it. Sorry about that. This shouldn't be a platform, Ian. Let's not let it.
I'll have a word with you after. So I don't mind. I would like to make some moderators in the chat. I think it's always a good idea
Just tell me, Ian, about your opinion of what I've just said. Have I incited anything in here?
No. It's fine with me. It's absolutely fine.
When somebody attacks me, I don't want there afterwards that somebody else starts something and said you said this in this stream. You're the person that I'm speaking to. This is your channel and stuff. I don't think I deserve it. If you want to publicly say whether I do deserve it or not, please say so.
I don't think anybody in your position deserves people basically. Well, they're ridiculous sometimes. They really are, and we shouldn't really. In a way, we shouldn't really even give them time.
That's right, and that's where I want to.
In a way,
whoever thinks that there is a conflict with people, or that I've fallen out with people, or any of that sort of stuff, please get it in your head that life moves on. I don't watch everything. I only in my blog mention programs and stuff that I've watched that week. It's always been that way, and just because I haven't seen something that week doesn't mean I fell out with them or got problems with them. I just don't like hearing. Bad stuff being mentioned about me, and I can't voice it without somebody then turning around and saying I'm passive aggressive about it. That's wrong.
I think the whole thing is ridiculous in a way, and people should.
It ends here in this channel.
People should just get on and enjoy what we're doing, which is enjoying talking about films and all this other nonsense. Is not needed. It's not needed in life. Let's just get on and, and don't people take things to heart too much half of the time. Just accept things and get on with it and enjoy life. And now I should be preaching. I don't want to preach. I just want to get on and do this.
I'll tell you this. In the last 2 weeks, my mental health has been absolutely wonderful. My last 2 blogs, I've actually mentioned that I've looked very positively on a lot of things.
And I do. To be honest, this channel means a lot to me, and I enjoy this live chat, and I'm not going to change because people enjoy it, and that's what we're here for, to have a good time, and that's what I'm doing. Anyhow, so
thank you so much, Ian. That's all I can say. I'm so sorry that this person came in and caused us to talk something about something that's not even private, because there's nothing going on. That's why this is the thing that I don't understand. Nothing is going on. But somebody is making something huge and big.
I don't. Much ado about nothing.
Much ado about nothing.
There we are.
Anybody seen that film?
What? There you are. A bit of Shakespeare for you. Anyhow, Danny says Potty Time is on DVD. Oh well, there you are. Tony says, I have the Doug McClure DVD set with Land of Warlords and At the Earth's Core, and a separate DVD of People That Time Forgot. I bet has Denny got that one? I bet he has.
He's got the same one as I've got. It's brilliant. It's not an expensive one to buy either.
No, I Chaparral is my favorite Western series. Managed to get a Swedish one, crikey, DVD set. You must hunt around quite a lot of Swedish one. But I do have fond memories of, especially my granddad. I think of my granddad when I think of that series. Jim Jemma was in TV. Fall Guy was average, 6 out of 10.
Have you seen the Fall Guy?
No, the new film.
Yeah.
No, I'll be honest, it's not sort of.
Did you see the TV series back in the 80s?
Not really. I never watched. It probably was later on when I wouldn't have been watching TV.
It's an early to mid 80s TV series.
Yeah, I definitely would not be watching TV then.
Did you ever watch a 1978-79 Brute?
Yeah, it's Lee Majors, isn't it?
Hang on. Did you ever see a Burt Reynolds stuntman 1978-79?
I may have seen that. Hooper. I might have seen that. But
I mean, all I'm trying to get at there was I was trying to get to the point where Fall Guy was a TV series that Glenn A. Larson ripped off from Hooper, because Glenn A. Larson stole everything, right? If you watch Automan, which is about a bloke who gets a computer cursor to suddenly turn to life and draw a superhero man that can do almost anything. That's because he saw the film Tron.
Yeah,
right?
Which was fashionable.
Fall Guy is basically Hooper. So all he did was he took a stuntman story and turned it into a stuntman that's got a secondary job as a bounty hunter. Right? That's all these things are. So when somebody was saying they were doing a film called The Fall Guy, I turned around and said, wouldn't that make more sense to do a Hooper 2, which is Burt Reynolds has moved on, and you basically got either a remake of Hooper or a continuation of Hooper, because Fall Guy was just a ripoff. That's what it was. It's probably the biggest, more well-known name, but that doesn't make it the right to call it a film. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Most people have slated it. Some people have thought that it was at best middling to not bad. Right? I bought it because I'm intrigued.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm looking forward to watching it. But I've got a funny feeling I'm going to come away a little bit like Jim Jam by just saying, look, if you go in there with your brain in neutral and you've got a bag of popcorn and you just watching the film for what it is, you're going to come away probably better than having, is this the Lee Majors TV series that I loved during the 80s, and then you find out it's nothing like it and it's a bag of shit. Do you see what I mean? So I think really it shouldn't have had the name Fall Guy on it. See what I mean? But that's just me.
Yeah.
6 out of 10. Well done for your review, Jim Jam. I want to know more about what you thought about it.
So, there we are. What's the rarest film you own? Oh, crikey. I don't know if I do any. The rarest, I know it's not a film, but I know the most valuable and rarest thing I've got is which we've mentioned other week, is Nowhere Man, the TV series. But in terms of film,
what do they mean by rarest, though?
I don't. It probably means
a film that's out of print and you can't get it anymore.
Out of print, probably, and you can't get.
Yeah, that'd be a hard one for me to talk about.
Yeah. That's all I can think of, which is what we brought up before, TV series. But everything else I've got, I think, is not particularly rare. I think you can get most things.
I'll tell you what, that's going to be a really hard one for me. That's just going to be incredibly hard for me to answer.
Yeah.
If you found one, go on.
Yeah, but you still can get it. It's out of print. It's Millennium. I've got the TV series Millennium, and that is out of print and is coming increasingly more difficult and expensive to get hold of. I say Nowhere Man. They're probably the two I can think of.
Wouldn't you therefore say that anything by network then that hasn't been re-released probably the hard is rare now?
Yeah, you would, wouldn't you? Probably. You would say,
Jim Jam. I wish I could give you a really, really good answer to that, but when it comes to what is the rarest film you own, I would probably go down the route of I'd need to look at everything that's in my film list, and then go with something like this particular edition of this film because there was only 500 of them or something like that, and therefore I've got one pressing that only 499 other pressings are around in the world, which must make it pretty rare then. You know what I mean? You know you know those collection sets that say there are only 2,000, there are only 1,000, there are only 500, there are only whatever. So and that's not really a great answer because you really want to know what film is like really, really rare and it's never shown. It's not on physical media of Blu-ray or 4K. You can only get it on VHS, and that's what I consider to be a rare film, you know.
Yeah.
So I can't. I mean, I've
Yeah.
spent too much time talking about that because
Yeah.
I can't give you an answer.
Yeah. I couldn't, not on a film, definitely. So, Jim, did you ever see the adventure game? Keep meaning to check it out. No, I've not seen that. Have you seen the adventure game?
I think it's that BBC show where it was in the early 80s, and you did a series of it was the BBC's early version of doing an electronic game where you stood on an electronic board and did all
Oh,
this.
right.
I think there was a currency in it called drachma, and there was a dragon in it.
Oh,
Um, and you got all of these stars that used to be on children's TV, because it was shown at something like 6 o'clock on BBC Two, so it was after the
yeah,
children
yeah.
would finish off.
It was more older children.
Yeah, so it would have
Yeah,
the older children watching a
yeah,
more grown-up game show,
yeah, yeah.
and you had to solve puzzles, a bit like the Crystal Maze.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
So it was a bit like a very, very, very early one like that.
Right.
You know?
So, Jim Jam movies. What's your favourite chocolate bar?
Oh, Christ. Go on then.
Might whisper.
I'm going to be really boring and just say something like Dairy Milk.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, I'm trying not to eat chocolate anyway, because I've got to do something about my heart anyway. So I need to, and being as I can't walk, I can't burn off the calories like I used to. So I'd love to turn around and say things like a Snickers or a Mars or whatever it is, but to be quite honest, I don't buy any of them anymore. My mum loves. I'll tell you what, my mum's favourite chocolate bar is Crunchy.
Yeah, nice.
You want to know?
I like all them.
She loves honeycomb with chocolate covered in it.
Yeah, lovely. Lovely.
And every time I have to go to our town fair, she makes me go and try and find chocolate honeycomb. She just loves honeycomb.
Lovely. Yeah.
That's my
mum. Michael Aspel, give us a clue. Oh, yeah, Michael.
Well, he
Aspel,
did
another
give
name.
us a clue.
Another name to remember.
Who originally did give us a clue, though? Was it Michael Aspel?
Possibly, yeah.
I used to love to give us a clue. It used to have people like Eunice Stubbs on it and things
That's
like that.
right, yeah. And that other bloke, Lionel, was it? What's his name?
Yeah, the dancer, Lionel.
Yeah, I've forgotten his. But him, yeah, dancer.
Yeah, he's a dancer. Yeah.
Yeah. I think Frank Muir was a team captain on Call My Bluff. This is where I'm getting it. You're right. This is what I loved about Tony. He clouds the memory. Robinson was the host. He's right. I'm sure he's right.
So there was two team captains then, wasn't there?
I'm sure he's probably right. But yeah.
Go on then. What's the other team captain then, Tony?
Yeah, well, that's a good one.
Because you just now told us that Frank Muir was a team captain.
Well, Tony, do you remember what the other one was?
Who was the other team captain?
Yeah.
Because now you've got me intrigued on knowing what that was.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good. I can't remember any other one.
You can't have just one team. No. You can't have two teams, isn't you? So.
Yeah. Okay. Jim Jam, the adventure game was brilliant. I loved it when I was a kid. There you are. Tony Hawk, Cadbury's Old Jamaica Rum and Raisin or favorite chocolate bar. I don't know why I went to R. I just Pirates. I don't know why, but yeah, a bit of rum. Yeah. Who's your favorite film director?
It's always difficult this, because for years and years and years I would say Ridley Scott, but then people that are very intelligent, that are basically talked about chat, like Josh, Nigel, all of those would say Steven Spielberg, and I'd go, yeah, how can I not say something like that, because they've done the most influential films that you'll ever come across in your life. But that doesn't make it your favorite, does it? Your favorite director is probably the person who's done your most favorite films. So, I'm going to say I loved Blade Runner. I loved Alien. I loved Thelma and Louise. I loved The Duelists. I'm going to go with Ridley Scott's my favorite director, regardless of whether that's a popular choice or not. When you've got people as well like Steven Spielberg and George, Lucas and all of that sort of stuff, I mean, we've got such great talent, haven't we? Scorsese. How can I not turn around and say Scorsese isn't my favorite director? Or do you know what I mean? But it's just so many. I mean, I might count Scorsese as my second favorite.
Yeah.
It's God, Jim, you've come up with some bloody hard ones tonight. What's up with you?
I think I'll pick two. But I'll pick one that nobody will ever, apart from me, mention, and then I'll pick an obvious one. And the one that nobody would mention is Terence Fisher. He's just such a genius as a director. Hammer Gothic films would not be anything without Terence Fisher. And you only have to look at a film like Devil Rides Out, which he directed, and Dracula AD 1972. Yeah. These films are absolutely brilliant, but they were influential. And these great directors who mention Hammer will mention Terence Fisher as well in that. So that's my one that people don't talk about or look at. And then an obvious one is Spielberg. I know it's obvious, it's there, but I mean, he's a genius. I cannot deny that Spielberg is a genius. It's the variety. He does such a variety of films. I mean, that is great. He's not just stuck in one particular genre. I know you'll say Scorsese as well. You've got to respect people like that. But I do really look at Spielberg and I think, wow, this guy, he can direct all sorts. He's
the one thing I will say about Scorsese and the difference between Scorsese and Spielberg is Spielberg's a more versatile, different subject type person. Scorsese seems to do things similar. Even from a certain point, even if it's not, if you could turn around and say, well, he didn't do that many gangster ones. If you look at his stuff, it seems like they've all got a gangster type edge to them.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So but Spielberg's done some great variety stuff. You know what I mean. What else can you say about about it? Exactly. And I saw a YouTube video today. I'll try and remember to put it in my blog. He said about what do you think about bootleg Blu-rays? Right, that's what the channel was called. Not what the channel was called. What the article was called. And he happened to mention that Spielberg did a reimagination of E.T. and they edited out the guns and put walkie-talkies in it because of peer pressure to make it so that the marshals and the police didn't have carry guns when they were trying to kill poor E.T. Apparently Spielberg has gone back on that, saying that should never have happened.
Yes.
Art is an art form and therefore should reflect what was happening at the time. There was a decision that police carry guns, and therefore when the studio edited out the guns and put walkie-talkies in, he's definitely against that type of practice in films now. And he's turned his back on that particular edition of E.T. Now, this is all I know. I know very little about this, but I found this is where I say I learned so much from you guys because you give so much information. That isn't that such a lovely thing for a director to say? As much as George Lucas has put all these special editions of Star Wars, we must never forget that there's the original out there, and it has as much beauty to watch as it does the special effects. The creation, the adding the extra effects, and I can't put it better myself. Really, that's brilliant of Spielberg to say that. So
I remember when that business came out, and you thought the world had gone mad. It was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
You did, didn't you? You thought, oh, how stupid can you be? But it didn't last long, did it? I don't think I've had any editions like that, as far as I know, with it not being in. I've got the 4K of it anyhow. I know that's all right. Of ET. Let's have a look. Tony York, Cy Enfield, because he directed Zulu. Oh yeah, you've got to have your Zulu. It's the Zulu moment, Tony. Yeah, you've got to have your Zulu.
I love Zulu.
Yeah, I do.
I tell you what, you'll know this better than I do. What version of Zulu have you got, Ian? Have you got? I take it there's just a Blu-ray out at the moment, and
yeah, it's only a Blu-ray. Yeah.
So there's a 4K coming. Is that what we know at the moment?
No, I haven't. Have you? I've not seen anything mentioned about.
Okay, I must have heard. It must be.
But that doesn't mean to say that one hasn't been announced. But I'd have thought it'd have been very big news and would have popped up all over the place if a Zulu was getting a 4K release.
Yeah. I agree with you there, but I mean, I must admit, I think though when the anniversary of Lawrence of Arabia came out, it wasn't heavily advertised, and it was only the second time round that it was announced that
they
everybody
stuck it in that box set, didn't they? And at first, Lawrence of Arabia on the 4K, didn't they?
It's just it came out as a steelbook saying this is the 65th anniversary or something of it. I bought it, right, and I could see it on sales everywhere. I didn't think it sold very well. Then all of a sudden, Zavi said, "We're releasing it again." And it sold out in seconds, and people were upset because you couldn't get it. And I was going, "It's the same release. It's the same tin. It's the same picture. It's the same number at the top, and it's the same restoration of the film. What's going on? Has the world gone mad?" Because I ordered it thinking it was a newer edition of it, because there were several years that went past from that time that I got the new one, right? Because it came out at the same time as Bridge of the River, you know, the Bridge of the River Kwai, is that right? Yeah, David Lean. Yeah, and all of a sudden they were sold out.
Yeah.
So there you are. What can I say about it other than that?
Yeah,
Zulu. I'd love a 4K of Zulu. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll come. Maybe it'll come. Mark Fletcher, I bought and watched Box of Delights after seeing Ian pick it up a few weeks ago. Yeah, I do. I love it. I haven't seen it before, but enjoyed it enough despite the effects not aging very well. I agree with you about the special effects, but it didn't bother me at all. Have you watched it yet, Ian? I loved it. The special effects, it didn't worry me too much about them. When you're a Doctor Who fan, it doesn't matter. Classic Doctor Who fan, of course. You don't worry about special effects. No, you know, it's good. It's very good.
Well, the last time I saw it was on BritBox. I haven't actually got a physical version of it.
Oh, yeah.
No, haven't got it. I'd like it because it's Patrick Troughton.
Yeah, you ought to treat yourself to it.
No, I'll have to at some point, won't I?
Yeah, it's not that expensive, I don't think. DVD. Gregory Peck meets an unfortunate demise courtesy of several Doberman dogs in Boys from Brazil. Yeah, that's why I was trying to think back. It is quite violent in places, isn't it? The Boys from Brazil.
Yeah.
Yes. Cauldron of Stardust. A daddy-daughter dance is exactly what it sounds like. It's like a dance where dads attend with their daughters and dance together. I get you. Yeah. When I was in the 6th grade, I went to a mother-son dance with my mum held at my school. After we won the dance contest, doing a Pulp Fiction John Travolta, Irma Thurman style dance. Wow, that's quite a story.
It goes to show you never can tell. There you are. How's that for a plug? Tony, between Boys from Brazil and the dogs going after him in The Omen,
Gregory Pratt doesn't have much luck with cane hands, does he? I like that. What you can't say much more. Gregory, we've got a script for you.
Yeah. Here's another. There's this pooch that, and they'll go, no.
Not again. Not again. Yes. Oh dear. Tony Calder, I think Gregory Pratt was a great cat lover. Oh, well, there you are.
I don't know. I don't know too much about Gregory Peck.
Cauldron of Sadness, Delboy, we love you. Just want you to know that. And Ian, well, you're just the coolest. Aim. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, can I be the coolest?
Cool? Me? Oh dear.
No, thank you, Cauldron of
Yeah, thank you.
I think that's probably when I was doing that little speech.
Thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoy our chats. Tony York says, well said. Thank you. I second that, Mark says. Yeah. And Tony York, Lionel Blair, that's it. Yeah, the dancer bloke on that with Una Stubbs. Yeah. I'm in my happy place, the Ian and Dell chit chat, and I'm making a veggie burger. Life can be so awesome. They are.
Isn't that great? I know that Cauldron likes to make things from scratch.
Yeah.
So that's really nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, how many people do you know that actually do things from scratch these days?
Yeah, exactly.
I have to say that because it's true.
Yeah. Tony says the other main team captain was an oldish, fairly plump chap with glasses. Update to come possibly. This is we said Frank Muir was the other one. Plump. It doesn't ring.
It's bound sure to be a well-known name because they wouldn't have Frank Muir and all of that without having a well-known
a chap with glasses.
Because it's a little bit like a question of sport. They have to have team captains of well-known people.
Yeah. Question of sport. Yeah, Emily News, I remember, and I've forgotten the other bloke. Yeah. Anyhow,
he was. I'll tell you what. He was a rugby captain.
Oh yeah, Bill Beaumont.
There you go.
It just came straight on.
I didn't want to tell you because I thought I've just prompted you.
Yeah, you did. As soon as you said that, straight away. Danny Juice, give us a clue. Presented by Michael Aspel, 1979 to 84. Michael Parkinson, 1984 to 92, and Tim Clark in 1997.
Wow.
So Parky had a go at it as well for quite a while.
I know he did do stuff like that. But
84 to 92 is 8 years. He did it for 8 years. That's pretty good. Danny Dukes, starring Lionel Blair, 1979 to 92.
Wow, 79 to 92.
79 to 86. Oh, wow. Lisa Goddard, 88 to 92. Christopher Blake, 1997. And Julie Peasgood, 1997.
In other words, it looks like that one-off show that did by Tim Clark in 1997 had one captain, which was Julie Peasgood and Christopher Blake.
Oh, right.
Because all of the others go with the Michael Parkinson and the Michael years. Look,
so
like Lionel Blair went all the way through.
Right, 79 to 92. Wow.
Yeah, so he went through with Michael Parkinson and Michael Aspel. Una Stubbs went 2 years into Michael Parkinson, but didn't go any further. Liza Goddard then continued her role up
88 to 92.
So yeah, you can get
that brought back a lot of
whole history from that bit there.
Arthur, this is Tony on. Arthur Marshall, of course. I've clicked. I remember the older bloke. Yes, quite plump. Arthur Marshall. He said his name. who was a British writer, broadcaster, and raconteur, don't hear that much now, is one I can remember best. Not from my memory, but Google. No, when you said that name, I suddenly saw him in my mind.
I can see
Can you
Arthur Marshall
remember him?
now, but I can't remember what else he did. So he's a British writer and broadcaster.
Yeah. Oh, I do remember him now. I can just see him on both side by side. Yeah, on one side with his lot and then on other. Yeah. Wow. I would never, mind you Googled it, but that's good. I'm glad you do the Googling because we find out all this wonderful stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. That was Call My Bluff I was referring to. Yes. Yeah. We got that. Brilliant. Thank you. I've not heard of any 4K of Zulu 60th anniversary tour this year. You'd have thought
that would be the ideal time then, wouldn't it? Maybe that's why I thought there might be a 4K, and I was going, oh, is there a 4K?
I wonder again if we've got problems with rights or I don't know.
Wasn't it you though that said something along the lines of it was very hard film to do, wasn't it? Because of the very nature of what it is. It's when we were talking about that Soldier Blue,
yes,
we brought up Zulu, and you said even then that Zulu wasn't on TV much because of something. I think that's what you said, and I was intrigued by what you were saying because I didn't
know. As I remember with Zulu as well, some of it was filmed in this country, and then some was in Zululand. And there was a thing about that, the way the actors never met the other actors, and I just remember that in the background. But what I'm also thinking of is that if Zulu is on the one that Disney's taken over, it's not going to get a release, is it?
I don't know. Disney get a hard rap with that, but they have started releasing stuff.
They have some, but
all steelbook stuff. I have to say,
but they haven't. A film like that. Yeah.
Well, I'll give you one snippet of good news about that. Now, one thing that I definitely know is that Sony are taking over the distribution of Disney discs,
which might improve.
Sony, obviously doing Columbia and all of that sort of stuff, means that the production line will obviously be a worldwide broadcast of stuff. So maybe that will improve distribution.
I wonder if a 4K Omen box set will come out, because that's 20th Century Fox. That would be an interesting one.
But I do know that Sony they've done a contract with Sony.
I do remember the news headlines of it, because they said they'd stopped. There was one where they said they'd stopped producing discs, hadn't they? But it was only the discs that people don't use now on computers, and the people don't buy them anymore.
Oh, the rewritable Blu-rays.
People don't bother with them, do they?
Yeah, well, people haven't got Blu-ray writers in their PCs when they buy them from PC World anymore. So.
Mind you, I've got I was going through other day, I've got masses of these wallets full of discs.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because it was a big thing. It was a big thing.
Yeah. Danny Jukes, The Box of Delights, 1984.
Thank you, Danny. Because
on Amazon right now. I
was just going to say thank you, Danny, for letting me know that. That's brilliant.
It's cheap at half a price, as we say.
It would be cheap at £2.50, but it's not. It's
£4.99. That's a good price, isn't it, for a brand new?
A £5 at the end of the day, you can't buy a pint for a £5, can you?
Yeah, excellent. Imagine the budget on Call My Bluff. Those folded pieces of card must have cost a fortune.
Do you remember? I mean, I don't know what it is. I don't know if you know this, right? But on Saturday, when I'm prepping my blog, right, BBC Two are showing old game shows from through the years, right? And they
Really?
so 2 weeks ago it was the Generation game with Bruce Forsyth, and then they showed the Generation game with um,
Larry Grayson.
Harry Grayson, right?
Yeah.
Straight after that, they showed Blankety Blank. So they showed
Oh,
Terry Wogan 2 episodes.
yes.
Then they
Yeah.
last week they showed Les Dawson.
Oh,
After
fantastic.
that,
Let's
they showed Bob Monkhouse's Full House,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
right? And then it went away and came back. So they showed the second time that came back,
Yeah.
and then straight after that they're showing these comedy people that fit into game shows, right? So they did Les Dawson last week,
Yeah.
where
Yeah.
it was quite easy for him to move into Terry Wogan's role because
Yeah.
his sense of humor was that. The only reason I brought all of that up is you mentioned about the cards and folding up, but do you remember in Blankety Blank they wrote on the pieces of card
Yeah.
or drew a picture? What did they do with it? They then slotted it
Yeah.
into their desk
Yeah.
somewhere. And I used to think
Yeah.
to myself, I wonder if anybody goes and fetches those things out or something, or whether they recycle this card and all this sort of stuff. Because
I'll just ask you, when's that thing on BBC Two then? When's it on?
it starts off at 7 o'clock on a Saturday and it goes
Oh,
for
so
a
it's
couple of
quite
hours
early. In morning or at night?
at night.
At night. Wow. Well, it's
Done
worth having a look
done
at.
it for the last 2 weeks, and I haven't got a clue why.
That is worth looking at, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we've still got a few more to do. Tony York. I think Christopher Blake was Molly Sugden's son in That's My Boy, and Julie Peasgood was in Brookside. Wow.
Yes, I do remember Christopher Blake now as Molly Sugden's son in That's My Boy.
Yeah.
He was the doctor. I used to love. I didn't. Every time I watched That's My Boy, I watched it because I loved Molly Sugden. But the other thing is that I always thought that Christopher Blake's wife in that, because he was a doctor, was quite gorgeous, and she kept parading herself around in all these revealing. And I used to go each week. I used to think, I wish they'd go a bit more revealing.
Yeah.
I was that sort of age. I was 80,
Yeah.
83, 84. You know what I mean?
Tony's like Paramount. Oh, Paramount is well. What is the excuse then? If Paramount, because they don't have any problems with releasing 4K, do they? Paramount released quite a few.
Yeah.
So I don't know why.
Paramount have been doing a lot of box sets just recently. Like I said, they were the
why
ones
aren't they releasing that?
They were the ones that brought out Once Upon a Time in the West this year. They brought out King Kong this year. They've just done the what was it that I bought the other day? Oh, that Atomic Blonde is a Universal one. So yeah, they're doing a lot. So maybe there's still a chance.
There still is this. There's still time this year, isn't there?
But it's just that
release one.
I doubt it. You see, because in Universal's language, they've got Blazing Saddles coming out, which we've been waiting an absolute age for. They've got North by Northwest. You remember last Christmas when I told you it was Keith that told me that you can only get it from the Warner Brothers shop. I actually ordered it from there. And yet we're still waiting now, and it's Christmas when that's coming out. So if Zulu's going to come out, they've got to do it bloody quick, because at Christmas they've got no end of films coming out under the Paramount.
They must know that Zulu is quite a popular title that people talk about after all these years. You would have thought it would have been on their list. That's sad. Because what you're saying, it looks like it's not going to happen this year then.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like. Okay. Danny says, "You're welcome, Del."
No, that's brilliant.
Mark Fletcher, Del, you haven't got a TV license.
Yeah. Do you remember a couple of weeks ago I told you that we signed a form and all of that sort of stuff?
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, right? I was talking to my mum, and I was saying, "You do know, Mum, that there's iPlayer and all of this sort of stuff, don't you?" And she did, and I said, "I can teach you how it is." I said, I'm going to say for the last time, do you want a TV license? Because if you do, I don't mind paying for it, because it's too expensive for you, Mum. and you want to watch the Olympics. You see
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
So I actually paid the £169 by going to one of those pay point things, you know.
Yeah.
So
169 quid.
so the TV license is now in my name.
Yeah.
My mum can't get the TV license under the Old Age Pension Act thing unless
No, that stopped. Yeah.
unless you get credits. You have to have
Yeah.
something with like
Yeah.
your state pension is lower than the actual state pension because of
Yeah.
something or other, and you're then on credits. So we actually now, just so that you know, have a TV license.
Well, there you are. There you are.
So I can now watch iPlayer stuff again. But last year it was my friend Mainmeister that turned around and said, you can go on a website, you can actually fill in this questionnaire that says, if you don't have a TV license, prove it by answering these questions. And I did all of that. And we therefore last year didn't pay for a TV license.
Oh.
So to be quite honest, a reminder came through and I just decided, well, I might as well just have it. We didn't do it last year. There wasn't anything that I missed last year.
Yeah.
I did the Doctor Who's that I saw with Denny and that were downloaded off of the internet. I don't mind anybody knowing that.
No, it's all right. Don't worry. That's
as
fine.
you know, I bought them. So
yeah.
You know, if you want
if you want to
the rubbish, I actually bought the actual £60 bloody steel book. So that's how
daft. Absolutely.
So coming clean, I have got a TV license and I can show it on screen if you want me to show it.
Daft as a brush. That's what my mum would say. Daft as a brush.
My mum, and it was I'll tell you what swung it, the Olympics.
Yeah.
As soon as my mum said, I want to watch the Olympics, that was it.
Yeah. Okay, so we're at the final comment. Here we are. It's Tony saying, thank you very much, gents. Good night. Well, good night, Tony. You've probably gone now, but thank you so much for joining us. It's good to have you back. I think you've been away for a few weeks, but it's been great to have you back. And thank you for supporting the channel and everybody else as well that's come in and chatted. We've really enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it. And now Call My Bluff seems to be the one that's in my mind, and Frank Miller and all that stuff. It's all there.
The only downside I've got really for today is that I had so much fun last week with Side mentioning a title that I did a retrospective of.
Yeah,
I haven't got one to do for this week.
I
got to think. So that means I've got to use my own brain to think of one.
Yeah,
there you go.
Oh, we got another one. Danny says, I've had a good one. What a great stream. Thank you, Danny, as always.
I hope it was, and I'm so sorry that there was a bit of a down.
Absolutely fantastic. So, everybody, thank you, everybody that's joined our wonderful live stream, because I've really enjoyed it. It's brought back, as always, so many great memories. And to be honest, that's what it's all about. So, thank you, Delboy, for joining us. And all I've got to say is, I'll see thee again. You can't see my fingers. You can't see my fingers. No good.